lose.
Good day, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. This is Viper Viperland, and I'm back here just about to hit the trial, or the first trial. I assume every trial we've had has had more than one trial to it ever since like the tutorial, so I'm assuming it'll have more than one for what everybody calls the best and their favorite episode of Phoenix Wright, for sure. Also, hey Ramen and Sora and Grim, how y'all doing? Welcome to Viperland in the chat. This is everyone's favorite episode, right? Definitely. Before I get started, let me make sure my tea is good, because that's something I'm gonna need. Otherwise, we should be all set. Got the papers, got tea set up. I just didn't take the tea bag out. Cool. December 29th, 9:43 a.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby number 5. I do really like Max's nervous animation, though. Just infinite cards. Infinite cards. Or he's teleporting the card off the floor, but you know, take your pick. Good morning, Max. Max? What? I don't have a glass of milk before I go on stage. I just can't function, sweetie. Stage? Don't worry, there won't be a stage. All you have to do is sit down. I guess. See, exactly. Actually, big brain, the hardest trial without much trouble. I'm hoping, because it's either that or what everybody actually expects, where it's just doesn't go forward very quickly. Nick, Max is really nervous. Understandable. Hey, my sweeties. What? You don't think I should fly, do you? Huh? You know, you've got to make a good first impression. When I enter the room, maybe I should fly in and warm up the crowd a little. No. We can't be having you flying around the courtroom. Just wouldn't be right. Imagine if you hit someone. Don't worry, Max. Just do what Nick says and everything will be okay. Oh, sweetie. What is it this time, Max? Why don't you try flying into the courtroom? You can see it now. The dashing young lawyer flying fabulously in from above. One glimpse of that and everyone in the room will be on your side. Max, really? No one needs to fly today. Nick, what's with that look in your eyes? I like the sound of that. Dashing young lawyer flying fabulously. Of course he would. The Phoenix flies again. December 29th, 10 a.m., District Court, Courtroom number 2. And now the case of one... What? Your Honor, get on with it. Oh, sorry, I just realized that the defendant's name is Billy Bob Johns. So... Well, isn't the defendant also known as Maximilian Galactica? Yeah, it's almost like people have stage names sometimes. Crazy. I'm sure that's never happened. That's definitely never happened in a case, literally, that we've played, where there were, you know, actors portraying roles or something like that. That's just nutty. It's crazy that somebody would do that. They'd be a stage name for themselves so they could be, you know... Yes, Your Honor, he does often go by that name. You know, my grandchild is a huge fan of his. I think everyone here wouldn't mind if we call the defendant Maximilian Galactica. Sounds more friendly. Wonder if that's to her advantage? Miss Von Karma, your opening statement, if you please. I hope you didn't bother thinking you'd win this one, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Eh? That spirit channeling trial was a sham. I refuse to acknowledge its legitimacy. Well, cool. We got our client declared not guilty, so whether you acknowledge it or not is really unimportant to us. It did not count, do you hear me? You'll still be upset about what happened last time. You have no chance. Zero. Zilch. Nada. I'm not losing this case. I like how confident she remains, even though we absolutely beat her last time. Why, you ask? Because it's not in the nature of a Von Karma to lose at anything, except for that previous case, which I'm not going to pay attention to. Or this one, as long as I don't pay attention to it. Guess being born with the name Von Karma is a free pass to be arrogant and annoying. Watch and learn, Mr. Phoenix Wright. I'll show you the textbook procedure for proving how absolutely guilty you are. Me? Guilty? What are you talking about? It will be my ultimate revenge. But it's not like it'll bring her dad back. There, opening statement complete. Now let's hurry and ramp up this waste of time. Very well. You may call your first witness, Miss Von Karma. Detective Dick Gumshoe, get up there. Now. Hey, our 12-month cheese. Entered month 3. The prison sentence is going well for you, I hope. I hope it is, at least. But also, how's it going? Welcome to Viperland in the chat. Congrats on your 3rd month of gifted subs, and an ongoing thank you to Ramen for the long heckin' jail time. Sorry to keep you from work, as I'm sure you need every penny you can earn to oh, poor Detective Gumshoe. Don't mention it. It's no trouble at all. I've been looking forward to this. Very well. I would like you to begin by shedding light on the events in question. At your service, sir. Alright, Detective, you may proceed with your testimony. Details of the events. The night of the crime, snow was falling until 9:40 p.m., making it extremely cold out. I don't think the snow is what makes it cold. You know what? It's fine. You know what? The snow makes things cold. It's okay. It's fine. All of the circus performers were gathered in the Big Top to practice their routines. The practice session broke up around 10 p.m. The murder itself took place in the plaza in front of the lodging house at 10:15. The victim was found bent over a wooden box, dead as a doornail. The cause of death was blunt force trauma that snapped a vertebrae in his neck. Jeez. I see. He was beaten to death. Here's the autopsy report for the victim. Court accepts this into evidence. Yeah, I'm gonna have to take a look at that. Just, I get the feeling... Oh, I forgot how much stuff we had. Okay. We'll be fine. Okay, nothing extra. 10:15, blunt force trauma, back of the head. Okay. Very well, Mr. Wright. You may begin your cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Let's just... Anytime we're doing anything now, it's just like, let's just see. You can die 2 things 2 times. It's perfect, exactly. Oh, can't wait. Honestly, I'm also extremely excited to be able to queue for Alliance Roulette and, you know, have it be a roulette and not a instant Crystal Tower button. And I got no beef with Crystal Tower. I'm sure it'll still come up, just because there'll be a lot of new players, especially with the new trial, the expanded trial, and people who want to give it a shot before the next expansion. I'm sure Crystal Tower will still show up a bunch, but man, it'll be nice to get variety. I really like... I don't think there's an Alliance raid I've done that I don't like. There were some that were hard at first, but I still like them. I've done Oboen Monastery a few times since streaming it, and I've gotten better at it, and we usually clear it with maximum 1 or 2 wipes. Honestly, I kind of like it. It's a fun one. It's definitely easy to pick out the new people when they don't show the sniper their hole, but hey, it's still really fun. You know, people who just give up on math, but that's fine. Let me ask you about the snow. Honestly, I still enjoyed it, and it would be nice to be able to get those occasionally, and the near raids. Man, I really want to get near raids more often. It was nearly a blizzard up until the time of the crime. Did it pile up? It wasn't such a big deal. Maybe about 1.5 inches was on the ground. Snow froze in place and stayed on the ground until the next day. The snow, let me see. There's got to be more to this. Huh? What's the matter, Nick? I need to take a look at the court record. Really? That definitely lines up with about what he said. Looks like roughly 1 inch of snow. Yep. And for negotiation. Giga honkin' poster. Orange juice bottle. Map, which we've seen. Monkey, gather shiny objects, cheap ring. Do I need to take a look at the court record? I get the feeling I'm already behind. Oh, hold on. Let's see this. don't see how any of this has to do with the snow other than the picture, which kinda checks out. Alright. I mean, I feel like I accept my bias towards the Nier raids because I really liked the Nier games. But honestly, like, strip out all the Nier stuff, I really like the mechanics. Like, legitimately, I feel like the raid I enjoy doing the most mechanically are the Nier raids. And, like, that's just straight mechanics. I would argue second place is the new ones. The new ones are also really good. I can't wait for the third one of those, too, because that'll be nice. Mr. Gumshoe, what were the members of the circus doing on the night of the crime? How did I... I'm just gonna keep going, it's fine. You're actually painful to play. I mean, that factors into things, I'm sure. Yeah, I honestly thought they were fun. Like, yes, it boosted it for me because they were near and got to listen to those great tunes. There was a 2P cosplayer at Kineticon. Not 2B, 2P. And that's amazing. That's honestly amazing. I didn't get their picture because they were playing an arcade cabinet and I didn't want to bother them and I had places to go. But they were there and they were 2P, and that's amazing. Let me say all of the circus performers. Who do you mean? Everyone but the dancers and staff were there. Regina the Animal Tamer, Mo the Clown, Ben the Ventriloquist, and of course the defendant, Maximilian Galactica, and his victim, the Ringmaster. Oh, I almost forgot. Regent the Tiger was there as well. Out of curiosity, what about the circus monkey? I was investigating yesterday, he happened to snatch my wristwatch. Excuse me. Detective, you are welcome to file a police report after these proceedings. After the practice was over, where did everyone head off to? Regina was playing with Regent, while Mo went back to his room tired from work. Ben the Ventriloquist went to the front gate, absorbed in his own world. The Ringmaster and Max went off to the Ringmaster's room to talk privately. Talk privately, huh? That's awfully suspicious. You wouldn't happen to know what they were talking about, would you? Seems they were negotiating Max's salary. Actually, Max was asking for Regina's hand in marriage. And we can, well, we can't prove what he was talking about, but we can prove that he wasn't talking salary. I don't know if that would help us, though. Could you be a bit more specific about the events at 10:15 p.m.? Okay, not a problem, pal. We got a witness that told us— Ow! This is totally meaningless. Time to move on. Alright, we'll just have to revisit that testimony later. I want to know more about what actually happened at the murder. And they're like, no. And the judge is like, yep, nope. Nothing happened. He just died. Detective Gumshoe, would you mind telling us how the victim made his end? I'm so glad she gets away with all of this. A wooden box. That's right. The victim must have been carrying the wooden box when he was killed. Carrying the box, huh? It was a rather strange wooden box, Your Honor. What do you mean? So fun. Well, it was much heavier than it looked, not to mention it was locked. Locked, he said. Wooden box added to the court record. Victim was hunched over this 20-pound box. It boasts a small but strong lock. This may be my only chance, so I might as well ask some questions. What's in it? Do you mind telling us what was inside that box? I guess you couldn't open it. Well, when we found the box, it was a lot tighter than Fort Knox. So we took it back to the station and cracked it open. All that was inside was this little bottle. Bottle? What is that, Detective? Exactly what it looks like, Your Honor. It's a condiment bottle. What's inside the bottle? It's filled with pepper. Pepper? Why in the world was it locked in that big box? There's only one little bottle in that huge box? I think that has some sort of special meaning. Found inside the wooden box, victim was hunched over, contains pepper. Okay. Okay. According to the autopsy report, the murder weapon was a blunt object, correct? You've done your homework, pal. And you haven't found this murder weapon, have you? The police are searching for it as we speak. My theory is that it's something the perpetrator ran off with. You would think so, especially since you didn't find it on the scene. No. I bet he made it disappear with magic. Also, hey mates, how's it going? Welcome to Viperland in the chat. Well, I think we have a good feel for the details of the event now. So that's all we're going to get out of Gumshoe in this case. I mean, all we're going to get out of him is that little bottle of pepper? Now that we've wrapped up with the detective, I'd like to call my next witness. Not even off the stand yet. Obviously, but that's due to you being slow and unable to take a hint. I don't know, but wrapped up has such a mean sound to it. I'm a sensitive guy. Thank you very much, Detective Gumshoe. You may step down. Miss Von Karma, call your next witness. I'd like to call Mr. Benjamin Woodman to the stand. You must be talking about Ben the ventriloquist. I wonder if Trillo will show up on the stand as well. I hope not, but I know he's gonna. Yep. It blows me away that Francisca has the patience to deal with him and his puppet. Because, like, I feel like one back and forth between them, and she would have just whipped the puppet into just, like, splinters. But I guess if it helps her case, you know, you do what you gotta do. Please state your name and occupation for the record. A shotgun. I hope it doesn't devolve to that, but also, like, it might. My full name. What do we give him for a voice? Doesn't even matter for him. My full name is Trillo Quist. I'm employed as an operatic tenor. Also. Excuse me? The witness called to the stand was one Mr. Benjamin Woodman, ventriloquist. That robe must be cut off your circulation. It said that I was a singer. Maybe you don't believe me. Fine. I'll grace you with a song. Me. The world of the law, exciting and daring. Guilt or innocence. Decided by a judge dressed up like a woman. Well, what do you think? It had a good rhyme. The rhythm. Just the lyrics. There's something to be desired, so to speak. Trillo, you know better than to insult a judge. Shut up, just look at your nose. You would think you'd have the senses to fix it. It's so ugly I want to punch you in the face on the top. The off chance swelling would help. You know that your nose is the reason you'll never be an A-list star. Celebrities must really enjoy saying everything that flashes into their minds. What's going on here? Order! I demand to know who the witness is. Don't worry about me, sir. I'll let Trillo handle this. I'm not worried about you one bit. I'm worried about getting a testimony like, ah! Poor judge, just gets whipped all the time. Won't get anywhere trying to figure out this witness. Now, let's proceed. Don't even try to figure it out. Just forward. What you witnessed. 1 second. I streamed 6 days a week starting at 8 p.m. for almost 2 years now. Almost 2 full years. I appreciate that my brother and nephew want me to go play Pokemon Go with them. I do. But like, it's 8/13, 8/19. It's been almost 2 years. 7 o'clock? Hell yeah. 7:30? 6:30? 8:20? Not so much. Once practice was over, I left the tent with the stooge, clown. Once we got to the lodging house, I ditched him and went back to the plaza's entrance. That's when I saw Max headed towards the scene of the crime. He was the only one heading that way. How could that punk not be the killer? Then the police showed up and took Magic Boy away. You saw Maximilian Galactica headed towards the scene. You're sure of that? Without a doubt, he had on a silk hat, cloak, and the dumb white roses on his chest. How can he mistake someone with that crazy getup and his nose stuck up so high? That's enough. I think we all get the picture. Just one thing. You said you ditched the clown. That's right, dress boy. Well, since you weren't with him, couldn't that mean the clown committed the crime? He's got a point. What a shame. It was a nice theory, but the clown can't be the culprit. Why's that? Here's absolute proof. That's silk hat. This was found at the scene of the crime. It belongs to the defendant. Without question, he was wearing his signature hat during practice. If the clown was the murderer, there would be no reason for this hat to be at the scene. Well done, Miss Von Karma. Your prosecutorial skills are unrivaled. Well done. Thank you for stating the obvious. Mr. Phoenix Wright, what do you have to say? Okay, she's the boss again today. And every day. Clearly. See if we can get out of him. Clown, you're talking about Mo? Of course I'm talking about that old fart. He's so pathetic I can't stand him. Just a little bit of exercise and his makeup is running all over the place. Once practice was over, he was 9/10 of the way to kneeling over for good. Poor guy. We didn't have any choice, so Ben took him back to his room. When it comes to being a first place loser, that guy's ahead of the pack. Then what happened? Why the plaza's entrance? There's some thinking, of course. It was awfully cold out that night, especially with all the snow around. Wouldn't thinking in your nice warm lodging house have been a better idea? Mr. Phoenix Wright, I think you should leave the thinking to the witness. What about good thunker? At least my teacher always said I was. He's a good thunker. Are you sure it was really Max Galactica? Of course I'm sure. How could you mistake someone wearing such a snobby three-piece getup? Snobby three-piece getup? Get the wax out of your ears, lawyers nowadays. You're like talking to a brick wall. Yeah, leave the thunking to everyone else, huh? Max's three-piece getup. Jeez, could you be any more dense altogether now? Silk hat, cloak, white roses. Thank you. Nick, I think you should put a little bit more effort into preparing your questions. You saw Max and only Max, right, Trillo? That's right, and that makes him the killer. There's only one person headed that way that night. That makes quite a bit of sense, and makes Max one suspicious character. There's more to this story than meets the eye. Is there something I miss in this? He should have seen Max and the Ringmaster. He's just gonna state the same three things. And if we say no problems, that's probably bad for us. It's gotta be... It's a bit strange, don't you think? What's strange? That you only saw Max. Doesn't it seem like you should have seen someone else as well? What? Where are you going with this, Mr. Wright? Who else do you suppose the witness could have seen? It's gotta be him. Right? It's gotta be the victim. Right? That's the victim. That's correct. If Trillo was at the entrance to the plaza, he should have seen the Ringmaster as well. Ah! Obviously the Ringmaster arrived at the scene of the crime before the witness could have seen him. Anyone with sense could have figured that one out. What are you talking about? Ringmaster and Max went together to the Ringmaster's room. That, according to the defendant, a likely story. If Maximilian Galactica was supposed to be in the Ringmaster's room, why was he, just as the witness stated, at the scene of the crime? I see. Seems that at this stage I have no reason to doubt this witness' testimony. There are clearly no conclusive contradictions. He's right. A brilliant judgment, Your Honor. Now let's move along with the testimony. Trillo wouldn't happen to have an ulterior motive for incriminating Max, would he? Well, Max is part of the bitter love triangle with Regina. Probably why Max conked him over the head. Nick? Wasn't Ben the one who got knocked over the head? Yeah, I think so. I don't know anymore. We didn't actually get to do hold on this one, did we? Around what time did the police arrive at the scene? I suppose that would have been around... Hey, what time was it? Huh? I think it was around... I'd say a bit after 10:30 p.m., I think. Practice ended at 10 p.m., so you hung around the lodging house the entire time? Guess that sounds about right. Wasn't it awfully cold? I can't believe you just stand outside in that weather. My phone's going off. Well, the truth is... Please shut up, you big-nosed dupe. Why are you telling him anything extra? Why can't you believe that we just stand outside in that weather? Because well, maybe you're waiting for someone? Oh, what? Who said we're waiting for someone? Mr. Phoenix Wright, we can all do without your offhanded theories. But this witness, he's cracking under the pressure already. I'm onto something. Mr. Wright, who do you suppose witness was waiting for out in the cold that night? They don't give me a chance to save when I'm doing this. I mean, the only person he'd be waiting for in the cold would be Regina. Like, there's no one else he'd be waiting for. No, if he was waiting outside in the cold, it was for one person. One person only. He was waiting for the animal tamer. Regina, do you want? I'm just going to save again because they keep giving me no chances to save. And he's gone. He's gone. His head's lodged in the ceiling, one arm lodged in each wall. There's just a hand there now. You're waiting outside for Regina to come back to the lodging house. Am I mistaken? Save's coming? I mean, I'm just speeding up the reset process in case we screw things up. I mean, we can always load from the start of the case, we know that, but also I'm just speeding up that process for when I inevitably get things wrong. Also, so far, I've taken the easy, I've gotten the easy ones right. Is this true? Well, you can't really ask me that question. Who cares what I was waiting for that night? What's important is what I saw, don't you forget it. Oh, well. The puppet may be a bit stiff, but he's right. Alright. There's obviously a reason why this witness was there that night. He spent all that time waiting for Regina to arrive. Convenient excuse. Yes. Moreover, even if someone else would have walked right in front of him, I doubt he would have paid them a second thought. He's gone again. That makes perfect sense. What did you just say? The witness saw the defendant at the scene of the crime. However, he did not see the victim on the way to his eventual demise. If you accept that, then you must accept that there is a high likelihood that he could have missed someone else other than Max heading— Ow! There's absolutely no proof that the witness was waiting for the animal tamer. I guess you got me. Alright. Spill the beans for real this time. It's true, I was waiting for Regina. Bean! Don't volunteer things. Mr. Quist, tell us the truth this time, and I mean the whole truth. Were you or were you not waiting for Regina at the entrance of the lodging house? Once. I was waiting to propose to her. What? Waiting to propose? What's the matter? You think that humans have a monopoly on marriage? The matter of puppet marriage is not under review in this case. Gotta hold on to that one. You're the judge. I mean, look at your horrible outfit. More pain! I like how she keeps whipping Ben and not the puppet. Thanks to your bumbling, my perfect plan is not so perfect anymore. Now we have to waste time getting to the bottom of some silly proposal by a puppet. About the proposal. Don't be so surprised that I was going to propose to Regina. I even had something to give to her. I kept it in my pocket, waiting for the chance to propose and give it to her. Once I also had it in my pocket that night. It's a present for her. In the end, I wasn't able to give it to her, so I've still got it in my pocket. I mean, you definitely don't, but that's okay. I'm going to propose, you, a puppet. Don't be so obtuse. Just because I'm a puppet doesn't mean I can't love. I guess you're right. Just because I'm old doesn't mean I couldn't propose to her too. Exactly. I mean, she's 16, so you really shouldn't. Like, really shouldn't. More than your average shouldn't. His honor is looking a little less than honorable right now. Okay, Mr. Wright, please continue with your cross-examination. With that sigh at the end. Yeah, I know it's Japan, and you could just insert here's character at age of consent, but still, the judge, that would be still a lot. Even if we assume is legal, still is. If there was like 70-year-old judge in the States who is dating an 18-year-old. It's not illegal, but I don't know if I would want that judge making a moral decision about me. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Okay. These are not recent games, however, but that's good. A proposal, you mean proposing marriage, correct? To Regina. Of course that's what I meant. What kind of stupid question is that? I wasn't going to propose that we become some sort of outlaw biker gang together. Oh man, that sounds way better. Right, Ben? Yeah. Got it? That's the truth. You know? I believe that. I believe that's the truth. What was it exactly that you planned on giving her? You know exactly what I was going to give her, numbskull. The only thing I could find that could match Regina's beauty. Answer his question. What was it? You're gonna die when you hear this, and it's an engagement ring. Engagement ring? Wow, those two nearly fell out of their chairs. Mr. Phoenix Wright's joke has gone too far. Time for this to end right here. Siska's whip looks like it's about to lash out at almost anything. One hit from that thing will probably shut someone up for a long time. Pain equals bad. I mean, sorry, Phoenix. Please take this one. It is something of a joke, but this is a historic moment. The first time that a puppet has ever proposed to a human. Ow! I advise you to cut this argument short. Pain equals bad. Can I have to agree with the defense here? Will the witness please revise their testimony, specifically about the engagement ring? I'd like to stick to facts, not sociology. You appear to enjoy sweating the details, especially for a man in a black bathrobe. Engagement ring? Uh-huh, it's actually a diamond-shaped stone cut from glass. Even more brilliant than the real thing. I think Regina's gonna love it. It's just a ring. What's the matter, Nick? Well, there's gotta be something I can catch him on. I mean, I wonder if this could be the thing. Whose pocket was the ring in? Mine, of course. What a stupid question. You gotta be kidding me. You think Ben could pull that off? I'm sorry, really. You don't have to apologize for that. He's the one who should be apologizing. Really? So, you went to the lodging house to give it to her. That's right. I tried to give it to her during practice so many times that I lost count, but that uppity snob kept getting in the way. You snob? How couldn't possibly be talking about me, Maximilian Galactica? When I get a hold of him, I'm gonna saw his wood block in half, and not with magic. Well, they always say that love creates rivalries. So, what about this present? So you're still thinking of trying to give it to Regina? Of course I am! I spent 3 months' salary on this thing. I'm not gonna give it up that easily. Wonder how much he receives for appearing in the circus. Probably way more than he deserves. How about it, Nick? I think it's about time to unwrap this toy's testimony. That's the spirit, Nick. Give him a heck. The judge has that dazed and confused look again. Maybe he should get out more. Alright. Just gonna assume it's this, because, you know. Damn it! Well, if I hit the right button, that would help. So, I mean, you know, this ring? Sure, though. Do you mind if I show you something? What is it? What are you talking about? Oh, they're going to double team me now. Do you recognize this ring? That's mine! Give it back! Thief! Thief! Didn't you just testify about this very object? I believe you said, in the end, I wasn't able to give it to her, so I've still got it in my pocket. Why then do I have it right here? Ah! What's going on here? Say something! Don't put me on the spot like that, Trillo. Found us in Money's room. Money's room? You mean a room they put money? Like a bank vault? Ha! That filthy monkey's gonna get what's coming to him! Mr. Quist, I would prefer if you avoided slandering innocent fiats in my court. Well, Your Honor, Money really is a monkey, in every sense of the word. Ah, I see. Hold on. Money likes to go after the shiniest things that he can find and gather them up. Shiny things? Trillo, when was this ring stolen from you? Well, I suppose it was that time, you know, that night, the night of the crime. Did you just say? Details. I need more details. Well, it was stolen right after Max showed up in the plaza. Right about when you saw the defendant walk past, correct? Well, I guess you might, be able to say that. The ring might have, well, could have been taken around that time. Ah, ow! Ah. Wow, that sounded violent. And what's with you? Whatever. It's nothing to do with anything, especially not who committed the murder. It's not for you to decide what has to do with what. Now, Trillo, back to the topic at hand. You haven't admitted a thing, not I, Mr. Trillo Quist. What did you do when the ring was taken, Trillo? You know exactly what I did. I chased after that ring snatching money. But you weren't able to catch up with him, were you? It's all this slow, loafy fool called Ben's fault. Great memes. Yeah. It's... Gotta love queerbait in an anime. Design an entire season of a show that gets people who have never been interested in Gundam watching Gundam. For reasons not just exclusively because, you know, you got the two ladies. But, you know, that definitely brought in a bunch of people and kept them watching. And then you just pull the rug out from under them at the end. And then, you know, you retcon everything up for interpretation. I just... Like, it helped your sales numbers. It actively helped you. Why not lean into it? Like, why not? Why not just be like, yeah, they're married. Cool. That simple thing would get people to come back and watch more, as opposed to alienating your new fans. Why? I don't, like... It's such a baffling decision, even just from a monetary point of view. Like, you made money doing this. When you deny that you did it, the people who gave you that extra money are going to leave. Like... Oh, he was fumbling his way through the snow. That dumb monkey was able to get away. That is indeed an incredible shame. Well, this does indeed prove one very important point. An important point? What point could that possibly be? Ben doesn't exercise enough. Ben's testimony has a flaw. Now, you want Gundam, wait for more G Gundam, obviously, because that'll happen someday. G Gundam will never happen again. There's a huge contradiction in this witness's testimony. Contradiction? The witness just testified to the following effect. Up until the police arrived, he didn't move from the entrance of the plaza. However, the witness just stated that he chased after Money the monkey. When the witness was off chasing Money, there was no one watching the plaza. I honestly don't know. The only Gundam I've watched is G, so like I really don't know much of the other Gundams, so couldn't say. What is the meaning of all this? What is the meaning of all this, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Where are you going with this little theory of yours? I'm saying that there's no possible way that this witness saw the plaza the entire time. That's where I'm going with this little theory, which leads me to our next point. It's entirely possible that someone other than the defendant was at the scene. Interesting, Mr. Wright. Well then, tell me this, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Do you have any proof that something slipped past this vigilant ventriloquist? Well, he obviously didn't see the victim, the ringmaster, arrive on the scene. However, that doesn't change the fact that he saw the defendant arrive. The witness is lying. He's blinded by his rivalry with Max. Well, the defense's arguments does hold water. This witness does have a history of a animosity towards the defendant. What? How dare you? I wouldn't lie just to get that dork face in trouble. He's not even worth it. I saw him, no doubt about it. I saw that worthless liar. Well, just for clarity's sake, let's flesh out exactly who you saw on that night. told you so many times, you'd think you'd know my story's not changing. Try to change your story, stick boy, and I'm sure it will change some more. Where there's one lie, there are usually many more behind it. Exactly, Maya. That's why we have to keep after him. Yeah. Witnessing Max. I'll give you that I was waiting for that night for Regina. That doesn't change the fact that I saw Max on the plaza that night. He showed up after I'd been waiting there for about 5 minutes. I said good evening to him, but he didn't even acknowledge my presence. You definitely did not say those words to him. There's a 0% chance you greeted the guy you hate this much with a good evening, politely. I'm absolutely sure it was him. I saw Maximilian Galactica at the scene. There's no way I could mistake someone wearing those 3 ridiculous symbols. That means that money didn't show up until after you saw Max. That's right, money ran up less than a minute after I saw Max. Then money snatched the ring, and you went chasing after him. How long was it until you came back to where you were waiting? Well, let's see, I'd say about, I suppose 5 minutes, I think. So the victim could have arrived on the scene in that 5-minute stretch. Mr. Wright, please proceed with your cross-examination. Alright. I don't know why we're... So you're only concerned with waiting for Regina that night. It means you probably wouldn't have noticed if somebody else showed up. You think about how many eyes I actually have. I got 4, you know? 4! F-O-U-R, counting Ben, of course. With that many eyes, do you really think something would have slipped by me? 4 eyes is an awful lot of attention directed at one area, I suppose. Yikes, the judge is even more dangerous to our case than Trillo. That doesn't change the... I like how everyone's just like, yeah, the puppet's a separate entity. It's cool. Don't worry about it. The puppet has 2 eyes. Ben has 2 eyes. They have 4. Obviously, they can cover a wider area. So you saw Max coming out of the big top that night. Of course, that's where I saw him coming from. I was staring at the entrance of the tent the entire time. Guess that makes sense, especially since he was waiting for Regina. Set up after I've been waiting. Oh. About what time would you say these events took place? You're one of the dumbest people on the planet if you can't figure it out yourself. You already know that practice finished promptly at 10. You already know that I went to the lodging house right after practice. You don't need a brain surgeon to know about what time it was when I saw him. Just add 10 more minutes. I'm sure you can do that. Now, what time was it? Indeed, what time was it? What time was it? Let me think about that for a second. Yeah, I'm no good at math. It's 10:10 p.m. Yes, that sounds about right. Sounds about right because that's the time I saw Max on the scene. This is the most suspicious thing. So you testified that you said good evening to Max that night. You must enjoy asking incredibly obvious questions. You say good morning in the morning, you say good afternoon during the day, right? But it's obvious that I'd say good night to someone at night. Oh, Ben, you got something to add? Oh, yes, that's not it, Trillo. You said good evening at night. Sorry, Trillo. So, Quist, I would prefer if you kept your ventriloquist act outside of the courtroom. Impossible! A performer lives and breathes his performances. You should know better. There's gotta be something wrong with this bit of testimony. I mean, definitely that too, but... I honestly just don't believe he'd greet Max. At all. Isn't that a bit strange to you? What do you mean? Well, if you hate Max so much, why would you bother being nice? Yeah, see? It strikes me as somewhat strange. Why would a striker is strange? Exactly. How is it strange to be cordial to one of your coworkers? Well, if it was simply just being cordial to a coworker, I would understand. Ow, that hurt! You should think of having some proof before your lips stop flapping next time. Proof is everything in this world. You should have learned that back in grade school. No reason that Trillo would ever say something nice to Max. Yeah. I'm gonna save anyway, but, like, also yes. How to go about proving that with evidence? Bluffing is everything in this world, but I'm sure you already learned that one. Just like give it a shot. Witness will resume his testimony. You are 100% absolutely sure of what you just said. I told you already. Jeez, I'm 100% absolutely sure. There's no way that he could be any more confident than that, right? You cannot be 101% confident. It's 3 ridiculous symbols, huh? Out of curiosity, exactly how many times have you asked that question by now? If you're going to ask again, I'll answer with a chorus. Everyone together now! Silk hat, cloak, white roses. Thank you very much. Yeah, you didn't have to join in, did you? But it's fun shouting out with everyone else. There has to be a hole in his testimony somewhere. I agree, but do we have proof to make something stick? All we can do is try, right, Nick? You gotta have something that will prove useful. Alright, time to go to work. I keep hitting them. Alright. Let's go with that because it's fine. Trillo, is it not true that you had a fight with Max on the day of the murder? A fight? A fight over Regina, to be exact. Isn't that big of a deal? It's just an argument. A disagreement at most. Disagreement usually doesn't end with someone getting conked over the head. Ah! That morning, Ben got clobbered over the head by Max, didn't he? What? Is that an admission of assault and battery? Ouch! Before we handle that, we should wrap up the defendant's murder charges first. Yeah, it's fine. The truth is that on the day of the crime, the defendant and witness had a huge fight. There's absolutely no way they would have suddenly become cordial that evening. Moreover, just consider the personality of the witness on the stand. There's no way a puppet this lewd would just up and say good evening to his rival. Wow. You're saying this witness is lying? Yes! He's trying to frame the defendant by claiming they've seen him at the crime scene. I didn't tell a single lie. Honestly, That's enough from you, Mr. Quist. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. Let's clarify this testimony for the court. Could you explain your theory about who the witness actually saw that night? Saw a different person. It's my belief that the witness did indeed see someone that night. It was just someone else. That's who he said good evening to. What kind of theory is that? The correct one. Furthermore, I don't believe the person the witness saw was Max at all. What? If you had truly met Max that night, there would have been no greeting at all. Which means there's only one proper answer. The person the witness saw that night was not Maximilian Galactica. That is why Trillo made the effort to greet whoever it was that he saw that evening. Or, good evening, as he put it. What in the world? Would the defense kindly explain who it was Trillo saw that evening then? I don't know. I mean, it narrows it down to 3. It's like, not Max, not Maya, not himself, not Dick, not Francisca. It could have been him, because we know he had to have gone that way. We know he doesn't like the clown very much, and so it's probably one of these two, and I'm going to say Russell. Just by process of elimination, he would have given a much more than a good evening to Regina. And I don't think he would have said good evening to Mo. Gotta be Russell. I'm probably wrong, but considering the ill temper of this witness, there's only one person he would greet. Must be Regina. It's Regina, right? She's so cute. No, Your Honor, it's not Regina. If it was Regina, Trillo would have given her the engagement ring as a present. Oh, yeah, I suppose you got a point there. It was Russell Berry, the victim himself, was it not? You're correct. It was indeed Russell Berry. The person you saw that evening was the victim, the ringmaster, Russell Berry. That's why you greeted him, Trillo. Isn't that correct? How does a... You know what? It's fine. Answer the question, Mr. Quist. Ah! I like to think that after every explosion, he has to go around and just pick up the pieces and like pop them back together again. Order, order. How do you respond to this? Wait a second. Well, at first I thought it was the old man, but once I got a better look at him, it was obviously Maximilian Galactica. I think it is high time that we clear the air about this question. Mr. Quist obviously witnessed a single person in the area of the plaza that evening. The problem is identifying exactly who that person was. Was it Maximilian Galactica, or was it the ringmaster, one Mr. Russell Berry? The prosecution argues that it was the defendant that the witness saw that night. Witness has clearly stated that he saw the defendant's 3 symbols. 3 symbols? Alright, this is getting old. Come on, man. You gotta remember them by now. Here we go again. Everyone, all together now. Ow! Yes, we know. The silk hat, cloak, and white roses. A silk hat and a cloak. Anyone could wear them. They'd even look good on me. What was that? Well, the witness has endlessly repeated that he saw Max's 3 symbols. However, how do we really know it was Maximilian Galactica? It could have been someone else dressed up as him. Possibly even Russell Berry. What? Miss Von Karma, you have clear evidence that the person the witness saw was the defendant. Well, if that's the case, then it is impossible for me to make a judgment at this point. Yes, I think we finally won a point in this one. That is very unfortunate. Huh? You're just a little too excited for your own good, Mr. Phoenix, Wright. What do you mean by that? You merely established one thing from this witness. You established that this witness saw one person in the plaza that night. I applaud you in your effort, but who that person was can only be answered by the next witness. Huh? Your Honor, the prosecution will provide beyond a shadow of a doubt an answer to that question and evidence that clearly establishes one thing, that there's no one other than Maximilian Galactica responsible for this crime. Okay. Very well. The court will take a 10-minute recess. During that time, I request the prosecution prepare their next witness. Court is now in recess. Well, we made it with full HP to the half point, presumably half, but the recess. I feel like I don't remember them doing more than one recess in a thing, but that doesn't mean they can't. Still, didn't lose any HP. Gonna save there, because we made it that far at least. Sweetie, you have to believe me, I didn't go anywhere near that crime scene. So then, where were you when the murder took place? We talked about it yesterday, remember? I was in the ringmaster's room. While you were there, it was the ringmaster who left the room, right? Exactly, he told me to wait in the room because he would be right back. That's when the ringmaster headed to the scene of the crime, right? It seems like. But the ringmaster must have been wearing Max's costume, right? Oh, sweetie, I just remembered. I went straight to the ringmaster's room, still dressed in my stage clothes. When I got there, I went ahead and took the costume off. Which means you were nude! In the ringmaster's room! Means that the ringmaster could have taken his costume and went out looking like Max. Fabulous, that's a fabulously possible possibility. Well done, Nick. However, sweetie, why would the ringmaster want to dress up like me? Isn't that a bit strange? If you think about it, all they found at the crime scene was my silk hat. What about my cloak? Where did that go? Double, Wow, Max, I never thought of that. You should be a detective or something. Well, I was never quite sure what to be when I grew up, magician or president. You have no idea how hard it was to make a decision. Yeah. Or president. Casually, as you do, you know. That's really cool. Fabulous. This mystery just keeps getting deeper. December 29th, 12:06 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 2. Now that everyone is back, let's get started. The court is now back in session. Miss Von Karma, please proceed with the prosecution's case. Very well, I will now call my next witness. A pitiful clown with the unfortunate distinction of having seen the entire thing. Will Mr. Lawrence Curls please take the stand? Why does she just call him a pitiful clown? I mean, could be that. The witness will state his name and occupation for the court record. West Cloud. No, they didn't. They couldn't have. That can't be what he says when he gets whipped. I refuse to believe it. No. Nope. Name and occupation. Will the witness please inform the court why he is speaking autobiographical gibberish? No, I'm sorry. I'm just not used to being in court. I've never been in a courtroom in my life. Wasn't quite sure what joke is best suited to this sort of occasion. What in the world are you talking about? You're in a grand hall of justice, not some comedy club. Since it's easy to see your occupation, please state your name for the court. Oh, yeah, maybe this joke's okay. Mom, do I have to wear pants? The sign only says no shirt, no shoes, no service. Goes further out sprite is him. Okay, how about this? Have you met my proctologist, Dr. Seymour Butts? That was that one. A couple of clowns who are up to no good stuff. Oh my god. This is just a localization team having a blast. I wonder what the original was. I have to assume it would be a reference to some sort of Japanese show. They just changed it to a popular American show. But I don't know. Like, is Fresh Prince of Bel-Air known in Japan? I have to assume it's not. Like, but I don't know. Your name. Lawrence Curls, professional funny man, also known as Mo the Clown. You witnessed the scene at around 10:15 the day of the murder. Correct? Yes, it is. Very well, Mr. Curls. Will you please testify to what you saw that evening? A rabbi, a priest, and a Rastafarian walked into this... Without the humor, please. Okay. Aw, poor Mo can't be his normal stoogey self in court. I do like that they put all three stooges into one. Larry, Mo, and Curly. So he's Lawrence, Mo, Curls. What you witnessed? I know. I'm not the greatest comedian in the world. I haven't been able to make people laugh for 10 years. No matter what I say, all I get in return is a vacant stare and polite applause. Since no one ever laughs at my jokes, I've taken to laughing at them myself. It's a bad habit, but hey, at least I'm trying. Imagine my predicament. I'm a clown who can't make people laugh. I'm almost useless. I keep trying. I even tried to come up with jokes just for today. This atmosphere is very nerve-wracking. I decided to try making everyone laugh. Seriously, everyone, what do you think of me? How am I doing? Are we the ones supposed to be asking the questions here? Witness? Huh? We'll listen to your call for help after the court proceedings are over. Thus, please stick to the facts of this case. We'll listen to your calls for help. Really? You'll really hear me out? Well, I'll make sure that one of my staff will be your straight man later. Thank you, I can't wait. Poor Gumshoe. We already know. Now that that's settled, shall we begin once again with the testimony? Of course we can. I'll talk for as long as you want. Very clown when he was born. Yes, absolutely. In fact, he chose all three stooges. That's very, very clown. The night of the murder, after practice was over, I went straight back to my room. You have no idea how tired I was that night. I was pooped. I thought I'd go straight to sleep, but before I did, I glanced out the window. That's when I saw two silhouettes. They were a bit far away, though. It was the ringmaster, and he was with Max, who was wearing his cloak. I kept watching them, and all of a sudden, Max conked the ringmaster over the head. Very interesting. If this eyewitness account is to be believed, I have enough to pass judgment right now. Or you could not and let us actually, like... Alright, well, fine. Guess that's it. GG. Of course you can. There's no way that this account can be criticized. However, witness is a bit, how do you say, off-kilter? Almost like he has some sort of atmosphere of guilt surrounding him. That must be because of my insincere smile. Mr. Wright, please begin the defense's cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Nick, you gotta find some kind of contradiction in his testimony. I know that. Mr. Wright. Your Honor? I'm afraid that if you push this witness too far, it would bring disaster upon the court. Thus, I sincerely hope you are not going to engage in pointless saber-rattling. I understand, Your Honor. If you cause this clown to stray from the facts, I'll hold you responsible. Why am I responsible? Not the one with the corny jokes. No, I gotta save, don't I? The game's way of saying, save, Viper. You'd say that practice wrapped up around 10 p.m., correct? See, that's the thing. Huh? Exactly am I supposed to make a joke about 10 p.m.? At 8 o'clock? That's something a clown can riff off of. Let's just pretend it was 8 o'clock. That way I can make a great joke. Alright, 8 o'clock then. I already saved. Yeah, you want to hear the joke? A man goes to his doctor and the doctor asks, how is number 1? The man says, every day at 6. The doctor asks, the man says every day at 7. What's the matter? I slept. Witness, these are exactly the type of jokes you should save for that detective. Ow! You knew it would happen. Don't look at me like that. Mr. Wright, you're hereby penalized. This will not become a king. Okay. I had to. I had to. Okay. Let's not. Let's not make it 8 p.m., alright, Mo? What do you mean, let's not? Don't take the clown out of the clowning around. Come on, Nick, just listen to his joke. 3 reasons why I don't want to. 1, I probably won't laugh. 2, I'll get hit with a penalty. 3, I'll get whipped. Will the witness just proceed with his factual testimony? You're so boring. You were pooped that night? Yes, I was very tired. Not to mention I had some bad Mexican food. What? Double cheese, double bean enchilada is a dangerous menu item. What happened after that, as they say, happens. That one was cool, huh? I hear the kids really love toilet humor these days. The joke was so hip, I don't want to ruin it with a reply. Got a good reply though. That joke was so funny, it just earned you a pen. Oh my goodness! Okay. That one wasn't me. Damn it. Happened to glance out of the window. You could say that. You could also say peeked, stared, glimpsed, peeped, eyeballed. Mr. Curls. No. Guess synonyms aren't allowed either. Yeah, super fun. What should I do? I wonder if I should press them further on this issue. Keep pressing. Exactly why did you look out of your window that night? Why? Why? Clowns don't need a reason to look out their windows, do they? That's not what I meant. I meant that, well, when we spoke yesterday... Once I tucked myself into bed, I heard this amazing noise. It was incredibly loud. It sounded like a giant thump. I do love his dead stare, though. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. You forgot. Your Honor, the witness looked out of his window upon hearing a loud sound. He did not just simply glance out of his window that night. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot to mention that thump, didn't I? Ow. It's not something you just forget to mention. Yeah, what she said. Wow, I can't believe I agreed with Francisca. I believe it would be best if Mo were to revise his testimony. Very well. Mr. Curls, please revise your testimony. You start turning the tables in our favor. I can't believe I got a penalty for asking about poop. Like, I deserved one in the first example, where we actively were like, yeah, just change your testimony to 8 p.m., it's funnier. I deserve that. 100%. That's why I saved and went back, because I just wanted to see how it played out. I knew it would be bad. But the pooped one, damn you game. What does it sound like? Well, I guess it kind of sounded like, I guess you could say, Mr. Curls, may the court remind you that humor is unnecessary. No, I didn't know that was going to make a joke. I guess that the sound sounded like a... What does it sound like? Someone getting hit with something very hard. Yep, that's what it sounded like, honestly. Someone getting hit, huh? What then? You went to look out the window and you saw... So 2 silhouettes, they're a bit far away though. Wait, you say? If you had to say exactly, how far away were they? Let me think about that for a second. My room is here. They looked about yay big. I said they were about 30 feet from the window. Just 30 feet? That's not far at all. It was snowing that night, and it cut down on visibility. No, it wasn't. The snow stopped by then. I see. Please continue with your testimony regarding the 2 shadows. But that's not something in the report, is it? That's just something that Gumshoe said. He said it stopped snowing at about like 9:40, but we don't have... Clearly that's not going to be make or break, but he definitely said that. You say you clearly saw this, even though you were, by your own admission, far away. That's right, I had been thinking about it over and over since that night, but things didn't really make sense until I spoke with the prosecutor, Miss Karma. Yeah, that checks out, that she'd implant some ideas in your head that made things make more sense than what you actually saw. But now I am 100% certain that it was Max and the Ringmaster that I saw that night. Just think about it, how can I be wrong if Max is always wearing his uppity symbols? Uppity symbols? Lawyers nowadays, do you even have to go to school anymore to be one? Alright, everyone knows what to do, all together now, say it with Uncle Mo! That is his best spray, like, hands down. See what I mean? It's always like this. The crowd never wants to go along with me. I must really be utterly and completely worthless as a clown. Yowza! Enough foolishness, get back on track. Will the witness please testify as to what he saw, and only what he saw? You say you saw the Ringmaster get clonked over the head. Yes, I did. It's the climax of my story. He really does enjoy the completely random non sequitur. What would you say the victim was struck with? You mean the weapon? I have no idea. The weapon wasn't found at the murder scene, right? It's not what I meant. You did say you did see everything, didn't you? Well, yeah, I suppose I did. Wait, no I didn't. I didn't see a weapon. Whoa. Did you or did you not see the crime of murder committed that night? I will not permit you to harass my witness in this manner. You better have an excellent reason for attacking this poor clown. Because if you don't, you know what's waiting for you. A nice Jesus! That's not a penalty, that's a destruction. So this is a bit melodramatic. So what will it be then, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Do you have any clear basis to believe that my witness did not see the crime? Yeah, honestly, I'm going with the fact that he said that the thunk is the reason he looked out the window originally and then saw the hit, but that would mean either there was a loud sound and then he got hit, or he got hit and then he looked out the window. That doesn't really seem to add up, which is what I'm going with so far. Got a great reason to make my claim. I suppose you'll be telling us all that great reason. Of course I will. The reason is, it's a lot of help. The witness's very own testimony. What's the meaning of that, Mr. Wright? Mo said that he heard a sound like a thump of someone getting hit. He did say that. However, Mo just stated the following under oath. If Mo is to be believed when he says he looked out the window upon hearing a sound, excuse me, there's no way that he could have seen Max clonk anyone. In 1972, a crack clown. What? Mr. Curls, how do you respond to Mr. Wright's assessment? They don't commit. These clowns promptly escape from a maximum security clown car. Also, hey Florence956, thank you so much for the follow. How you doing tonight? Welcome to Viperland in the chat. Yeah, this trial is... I mean, I didn't lose the health from that one yet, so that's good. Mr. Curls, are you reciting the C-Team theme to anger this cohort? C-Team, yes. No. I'm just stalling for time while I jog my memory. Great job, Nick. These types of witnesses always seem to have a selective memory. You just have to peel back the layers of the clown makeup to find the truth. Well, you're back from your jog. Well, it pretty much happened the way I said. Pretty much. When I looked out my window that night, the Ringmaster was already face down in the snow. Prosecution helped me fill in the gaps of my statement. Found karma! Tampering with witnesses again! And what thing will happen to stop her from doing it a third time? Nothing. So now you're saying that you did not see the defendant clonk the Ringmaster? Yes. When I looked out my window, the Ringmaster had already checked out. Checked out? Yep, he was on permanent vacation, as I say. Mr. Curls, Your Honor, you did not witness the actual crime. However, you still say that you saw the criminal, correct? Yes, exactly. The Ringmaster was slumped over and I saw someone's silhouette next to him. Very well, then please testify to this silhouette you saw. I expect the truth. And if I even catch a hint of a joke from you, I'll put you in a holding cell until you learn court etiquette. Got it? Got it. It's a bit far away, but the shadow could only have belonged to Max. There's no doubting it, especially since I saw his uppity symbols. His silk hat, that black cloak, they were all there. Well, no, that's two of his symbols. His face was silhouetted, but there was no doubt that it was him. His cloak was fluttering in the wind, so I couldn't really see what he was carrying. It does seem as if the defendant was at the scene of the crime. It took the clown long enough to get his facts straight. But whatever, this should finally be good enough, yes? His decisive testimony. Was Max really at the crime scene that night? He said he wasn't there. We have to believe in that. Mr. Wright, commence your cross-examination. Please don't penalize me for just cross-examining this time. Not fair. Don't you think that you're going a little overboard with how explicit you're being? That shadow belonged to Max. It's an awfully firm statement, don't you think? What are you getting at? Just saying that one of your fellow performers' life is on the line here. Are you truly, 100% absolutely certain that it was Max? I'm not the kind of person who would lie about something as serious as this. The silhouette I saw was Max. I'm convinced of that. Doesn't seem like he's jumping at any conclusions this time. Let's go over this again. What makes you so sure that you saw Max that night? No doubt, saw some symbols. Philo said the same thing. But if it was just the symbols, then even I could have been wearing them. What if someone had just taken Max's symbols and worn them? I thought of that myself. But just looking at the shape of the face, I saw it must have been Max. You're sure of that? You already admitted you couldn't see the face. Such a silly little boy. He threw his entire case headlong into a trap. You're sure that is what you saw that night? Exactly what I said I saw is exactly what I saw. Got eyes like a hawk. Don't birds have terrible night vision? That's not all I saw. You were able to see that kind of detail from your window? There was a light near the scene of the crime. Anyone with decent eyesight should have been able to see that much. Out of curiosity, Mo, what's your eyesight like? I can see like a hawk out of my left eye, and an eagle out of my right eye. The records say his eyesight is a perfect 20/20. That must mean you could have seen the crime scene clearly. The more we look into this matter, the more suspicious it becomes. Hey, you asked me what my eyesight was like, not what it actually was. So you didn't actually see what the criminal was holding. That's correct. I've been curious to know what caused that loud noise. Must have been something incredibly hard. Yeah, they hadn't found the murder weapon to know for sure. Claiming it was a blunt object. At least it says so in the autopsy report. With Trillo's testimony and now Mo's, it really seems like Max is the killer. Nick, you gotta find a contradiction in this. It's not going to be enough. What? I have to prove that Mo saw someone other than Max that night. It's the only thing that will help. I've got to do it. Now's the point where I don't know. Now we could try the poster because it shows all three symbols, which he's clearly lacking in this testimony. But I don't know if the roses weren't there is really going to be the thing that makes him go, oh damn, it must be someone else.
Boomstick!
I'm trying to think it through a not shotgun approach. Fairly sure crime scene photo doesn't do anything yet. In fact, she's just going to use that against me by being like, he could fly. The hat's not going to help us. In fact, it really goes... These two are both things that they're going to use against me, so like, whatever. That one doesn't help us right now. We already used this. I don't think the map is going to change anything here. Pretty sure that's not it. Monkey's uninvolved in this. Autopsy, blunt force trauma to the back of the head. Don't understand the pepper. Right, I'm going to go with... Damn it, I always hit the wrong button. It's because I'm just hitting hold it for most of the time. I mean, this is the only one that makes sense to me. You say you saw all of Max's uppity symbols. Suppose so, with the silk hat and the cloak, right? Mo. Everyone knows that Maximilian Galactica has 3 uppity symbols. 3 symbols. Yeah, everybody get ready. All together now. Silk hat, cloak, white roses. What the? Who cares if he knew that there were 3 or not? He saw what he saw, and he saw the symbols. He just forgot to mention one. Isn't that right, Mo? You like pie? I love pie. 3.1. Silence, fool. You respond with the whole truth, no fractions. Order, order. Mo, you didn't see the roses, did you? To be honest, there weren't any roses on the person I saw. The crime scene was dark. It's obvious it was too dark to see that kind of detail, but he clearly saw the defendant's face, just not the white, light, illuminated roses on it. But the witness said he was able to see the silhouette of the criminal's face, not to mention that the roses are white. There's no way he could have missed them. Then the roses must have fallen off when the defendant assaulted the victim. If that was the case, then the police would have found them near the crime scene. Mr. Wright, are these white roses truly material to the facts of this case? Clearly not. He's just toying with this court. Got her on the ropes now. These seemingly insignificant facts have never failed to lead me to the truth yet. Someone is toying with the court, but it's not me. And he's right. Your Honor, do you recall Phil's testimony?
No way can mistake someone wearing this thing ridiculous symbols. How can you mistake someone with that crazy get-up and his nose stuck up somehow? How can you mistake someone wearing such a snobby 3-piece get-up?
Trello saw them all. Trello saw all 3 of Max's symbols. However, this witness claims there were no white roses on the person he saw. There's absolutely no doubt that this is a contradiction. Now what am I supposed to think? One is supposed to disregard the pointless, but this... Judge, forget about the roses. Think about his other testimony. The witness has stated without a doubt that he saw Maximilian Galactica. Nothing else matters. Let's wrap this case up now. Your Honor, it may be trivial, but it does cast doubt on the prosecution's case. Frankly, I have my doubts about this witness. Seems that, unlike wine, the witness has not grown more mature with age. I'm not sure. Come to a conclusion. I'm 99% certain that this witness saw the defendant. However, my remaining 1% of doubt is quite reasonable. Which means that for my peace of mind, I'm going to request a bit more testimony. What? If there are no contradictions in his next statement, I am prepared to issue a ruling. Ruling? Nick, this is your last chance. Yeah, we got that, thanks. Nick, if he gives a ruling, then the silhouette, part 2. There's no doubt in my mind there were no white roses that night. However, all the other symbols were there. I'm equally sure of that. Especially the silk hat. There's no way I could forget seeing the decorations on it. He was wearing it the entire time that he was on the scene. Mr. Wright, got one last chance at this. Just one chance. I will not allow even the slightest hint of badgering against this witness. If you're going to prove to me there's a contradiction with Mr. Crow's statement, you better have at least a shred of evidence to back up your accusations. Well, I got a single shot at this. I've got to be careful. Understand, Your Honor. One chance is all I will need, especially if I save right here. Well, be honest. Ow! You promised, Mr. Phoenix Wright, no more badgering. I hope you enjoy this pen. Oh my god! Excuse me, I'm the one handing out the pen? Witness can... Holy crap! Not going to whip me too, are you? Maybe after court. Oh. Oh. But isn't it kind of pointless if you only whip me after court? I figured when they said I had one chance, I meant I could press him on one thing. Not, if you press him on something, you lose half your bar. But okay, that's fine. Whatever. Like, that doesn't make me think harder about the case. That just makes it mean. This wouldn't happen to be the silk hat you saw that night, would it? Yep, that's it. That's the hat he was wearing that night. No question in your mind. Exactly how would one mistake a thing like that? I see. There's some sort of problem, Mr. Wright. Miss Von Karma, where exactly was the silk hat found? Must you always ask these questions? It was found at the crime scene. The crime scene? That means... The silk hat fell off at the crime scene. However, the witness clearly testified to the contrary. The witness stated that he was wearing it the entire time that he was on the scene. No, that's not true! Order! Order! Mr. Girls! Yes, Your Honor. What is the meaning of all of this? You're old enough to know better than to behave like this in court. Hey, that's just not right. It's so harsh. What's not right here is your eyesight and your memory, amongst other things. What? Why are you being so mean to me? What did I do? Well, you lied in court, for starters. Let me guess, he just didn't like my jokes or something, right? Also that, but that's not the bulk of it. You don't have to go and insult my eyesight or my memory. They're both great. Seriously, why? Just because you're sitting above me, and no matter how old I get, I'll always be younger than you. Look at these childish outbursts. Mr. Curls, who do you think you are? I saw him. I swear I saw him. It was Max. Even if he didn't have his roses, he was still wearing his dumb silk hat. Tell him the truth. He's turned into a bratty little kid. It's pitiful, isn't it? He left the scene wearing that dumb silk hat. He was there. He left the scene? What's the matter, Nick? It's something I've been mulling over for a while now. Mo? What do you want? You just said that he left the scene. Exactly how did the murderer leave the scene of the crime? What? He went... What do you mean, how did he leave the scene? You can't ask me that. Mr. Phoenix Wright is badgering the witness, Your Honor. This witness's testimony is so full of holes, Miss Von Karma. Miss Von Karma's protest is useless. Got a point. Let's hear what the witness has to say on this matter. Is that alright with you, little guy? Don't talk to me like I'm a little baby. Besides, what kind of stupid question is how did he leave the crime scene? The answer's obvious. He just turned around and walked away. I expect you to say. You sure that's how it happened? Say what? Huh? I'm not sure I know exactly where you're going with this. Lawyers nowadays sure do love to harp on the smallest things. Do you have any proof to counter his story as to the criminal, how the criminal left the scene? I think it's going to be used against us, but whatever. Like, we just show this, and it's like, he couldn't have walked away, and people are just going to be like, but Max can fly, so it could only be Max. Like, but, you know, look at this picture. Every time I do... I got nothing. The problem is the footprints in the snow. Footprints? In this photo, we can clearly see the footprints of the victim. However, where are the criminal's footprints? They aren't there. Yeah. So, Mo, exactly how did the criminal escape the scene? Your Honor, this witness has already proven that his testimony is completely unreliable. I move to strike all of this witness's testimony from the court record. I agree. This clown's testimony is as rickety as the clown car he came to court in. Wait just a second. You guys can't just ignore everything I say. Fine, I'll tell you the truth this time. Wait a second. I think you said more than enough for today. That didn't hurt. I'm sick and tired of listening to you anyways. Oh, does that mean that the truth would actively harm her case? I'll give you the real deal this time, I swear. I don't know why, but I get the feeling things are going to get worse before they get... Oh, absolutely. Mr. Lawrence Curtis. Yes? The testimony you've provided up until now has been false. It hasn't been false. I haven't lied. It's just... Just what? It's just that I was a bit confused on the bit about the criminal leaving the scene. Especially since Von Karma and her whip told me not to talk about what I really saw. We get penalized half of our bar for badgering the witness by asking a question. Remember when Edgeworth was like blacklisted and shunned because people thought he was tampering with evidence. But this is like the 4th time somebody has straight up been like, oh, Miss Von Karma just told me not to talk about that thing, after she took illegal photographs in a place where she couldn't have taken photographs, while she's whipping people and assaulting people in a moment-to-moment basis. It's fine. Order! I will have order! Francisca Von Karma, how could you? Your Honor, if you had heard the truth from this witness, you would have exactly the same opinion as I have. What opinion is that? It's not funny. It's enough out of you. I'm going to listen to what he has to say. Now then, let's hear the truth about what you say you saw, Mr. Crows. You're not going to believe this, but it's all true, I tell you. Try not to waste our time with your idiotic drivel. The truth. Now it's time for our next segment, Mo Knows. Everything that I've said up until now has been the truth. When I looked out the window, the ringmaster was down and Max was standing above him. He wasn't wearing his white roses, but he was wearing the silk hat. That's when I saw he... This is the truth now, get ready for it. He flew! He jumped up and flew through the air. He flew right off and disappeared into the darkness. That's why there were no footprints. Flying people don't leave footprints. I told you it wasn't funny. Do you believe me now? It honestly seems like what he could have seen was somebody who just took a broomstick and draped the hat and the cape over it, and then like used a fishing rod to like reel it up. That sounds like that, because he was already hit by the time he looked out the window. There were no footprints in the snow where he was standing. Like
Fishing.
That would 100% mimic exactly what he said he saw. But okay, that's fine. It's whatever. Well, that was, how do you put this into words? Maximilian Galactica is a world-class magician. Believe the scene of a crime by flying. There's no way that actually happened. You're right. Why is she right? You believe the other witness. Oh, you believe me, especially since it's the best part of the story. To be honest, this is the first time I've heard of a flying criminal. What do you think about this witness's testimony, Mr. Wright? This is all a dream, right? I kind of hope they keep the fishing joke going. Like, as much as it would be great if they added fishing to the game, at the same time, I don't think it really fits into, like, a like, Diablo-style action RPG. Like, you're supposed to be moving and always be, like, murder and stuff. So I feel like it doesn't fit as much as I'd like it there, and I kind of like the joke continuing. We'll see, though. We'll see. He seems adamant about it, but to be fair, he seems adamant about everything he said so far, no matter which of them has been right or wrong. Obviously, that's not the answer, even though probably what Phoenix would say. And honestly, I feel like going against Francisca is just the right call. Yeah, like if they added it, I wouldn't be upset, and I would absolutely fish. Like, absolutely. I would go out of my way to make a fishing build somehow. But I kind of hope they don't, and they just keep the joke going. That's my hope. But if they add fishing, I ain't gonna be mad. Honestly, every little bit I heard about Path of Exile 2 makes me excited. Like, the trailer was cool, like, and the gameplay demo really helped, but, like, I was watching the bit of them discussing, the developers discussing, like, why they made such big sweeping changes to skills, and, like, every bullet point they listed was a problem I have with Path of Exile 1. As much as I love the game meta is basically dominated by one or two skills that are just the best for being fast and murdering stuff at any given time, and the only meta shifts are when they nerf those one or two skills and then something else fills that bracket. Most builds use a skill with a bunch of all their mana and life reserved to just make that skill better. And they had all these things of like, okay, these are what we see as problems, and these are how we went about fixing it. And I like that a lot. Also, hey, 7,000 ago, welcome to Viperland in the chat. Give it another shot. think it was just too fast. Yeah, it's a shame that it's so far away, but also I'd much rather they continue to polish it. They went 4 years from announcing it to now. I don't think they need to rush it. I think they need to finish it. And if anybody doesn't like the stuff they do in Path of Exile 2, 1 is still going to keep going. It's a win-win. It's the perfect decision, in my opinion. I think they're making the right call all around. It seems like 2 is a lot of what I want it to be, and there are people who aren't going to like 2, and they'll just stick with 1. Cool. Awesome. And it seems like 1's still going to get updates too. It's a win-win. Like, it's good for everyone. The more I heard about it, the better it's looking, sounding. And I go with this. What he just said was so strange, I don't think he would have made it up. It means that he's telling the truth. That's what I think. Nick, wait. It means Max actually used magic. No, because Max isn't the murderer. Thanks, you're right. Ow. Only a foolish-looking fool could be fooled by such a foolish fool's foolish dream. Don't be ridiculous. Magic does not exist. Yeah, but fishing wire does. I'm just saying. Suppose I'll let you all in on my thinking regarding this matter. The criminal disappeared into the sky. I'd love to believe that. But I just can't wrap my head around how that could actually happen. You imbecile. If you disregard a need for proof, Miss Von Karma's case is sound. Yes, if you disregard the need for proof, somebody who lies and makes everything up to support their evidence, support their case with no evidence to back it up, would appear sound. You are correct. Yes, if you disregard evidence entirely, which we've covered before, you cannot do in a court of law. However, I got the feeling that this case is in dire need of more investigation. Thus, I will conclude today's proceedings at this point. It's an undisputed fact that the criminal left no footprints at the scene. Tomorrow, I want us to find out the reason behind this mystery of mysteries. I believe that's enough for today. Court is adjourned. December 29th, 2:33 p.m. District Court. Hey, sweeties, what in the world is going on? Favorite character in all fiction? Yeah, if you disregard all need for proof.
Hey.
That's what I want to know. They say the criminal flew off into the air and disappeared. I can't believe I'm asking this, but you didn't fly. That you also understand that a magician is like an illusionist, and like he cannot actually just at any point in time lift his hands in the air and take off. Like, you understand this, right? You actually do you? I know you didn't mean to ask me such a fabulously stupid question. I can't fly whenever I please. It's not that easy. But it looks so effortless on your stage. Yes! That's the whole point! That's the whole point, is it makes it look so effortless on the stage. It's not that simple. I'm not actually flying on stage. I use invisible wires to have them hoist me through the air. No kidding! Wow. You just told me the secret to your magic. Well, I mean... No, I broke the first rule, the cardinal rule, the only rule. Sorry, Max. We made you break a magician's creed to never reveal the secret to their tricks. Nick, what do we do now? All we can do now is hope we find the flying criminal in court tomorrow. Great idea. Let's do our best to catch this sucker. We made it through without a game over. Just saying. Just saying, we made it. I'm sure the next one's going to be harder, but we made it this far. I'm pretty okay with that. We took a bunch of damage, but it was stupid damage. Number 29th, 3:03 p.m. Wright Co. offices. Nick? What is it? Got a confession to make. I'm terrible at figuring out magic tricks. Magic tricks? Yep. Magic tricks are by their very definition tricks, right? But I can never figure out the tricks when I see them. Because the tricks are performed by pros. They do it so you can't guess the trick. But the trick Pearly showed me was incredible. Pearl did a magic trick. What kind of trick was it? Let's see. It looked like she pulled the end of her own thumb off. First she put her right thumb next to her left hand, then it just separated. She could move it up and down and everything. It was incredible. It's almost like... Whoa. Yeah, crazy, I know. Really? So kind of like this? What? How did you do that, Nick? You're like a real magician. See, this is why I just can't figure out magic. I'm no good at it. Especially hard tricks like flying away from the scene of a murder. You'll take all the fun out of magic if you keep trying to figure it out. You make yourself on street. Oh, man. Well, your badge is still shining, barely. You'll be showing a bit of wear, but I try to take good care of this thing. Sure do love to show it off, don't you, Nick? Who knows how many times you've shown it to me? She's right. Whip it out at the drop of a hat. Freezing. I don't see any way out of this. We're stuck between a rock and a hard place. There's no way we can solve the mystery of a criminal flying by tomorrow. I was thinking, do you really think the criminal flew through the air? The only one who thinks that is Mo, right? He says that he saw it. It's true. Mo looked awfully serious when he said that. Do you think he might be trying to frame Max? If that was it. He would have simply said, I saw Max. That would have been enough. There's no reason why anyone would believe he flew. But what if the criminal really did fly? There's only one person who could do that. Max. No! Anyone could just... He uses invisible wires to make him fly. Only Max could do it. No. It's fine. You're really not helping my confidence here, Maya. Everyone seems to hate Max. Ben, Trillo, Mo, they all have nothing nice to say. That magician does seem rather full of himself, doesn't he? Especially when he says things like customers only go to the circus to see him. He even hit Ben over the head with a bottle. But for what? That doesn't seem enough to frame another person for murder. And it was proven that neither Ben nor Mo lied on the stand. Maybe Ben saw the ringmaster wearing Max's costume, but Mo clearly said that he saw Max himself. Yeah, sure, it's fine. Oh, my sweeties. It's a good thing there's like a plexiglass between us and him, because otherwise we just get paper cuts every time. You mind hurrying up and getting me out of this place? Doing our best, Max. Just hang in there. A little while ago, some people from the local TV station came by. Since I'm a famed magician, they said, let's make you your very own TV special. Really? What kind of TV special? Maximilian Galactica, the Great Prison Escape. It would be aired live. Hey, that sounds like it would be an awesome special. But if I do the special before I'm acquitted, they'll never let me out of here for real. Well, it'd surely be an unnecessary addition to your troubles with the law. Ever have this moment where the predict feels dumb as rocks compared to you? Yeah, one day I will experience Umineko. And by one day, I mean one day over the course of like 3-month reading. That's what I was thinking, but the production staff is already working on the show. If you don't get me out quick, I'll have no choice but to stage a real prison break. You seem awfully calm about that possibility. I'd have no choice. It would be a contractual obligation. That's show business. Ah, yes. Read it a single day, yeah. 1 200-hour-long day. I'll get right on it. The night of the crime. You didn't happen to fly off into the sky, did you? Here's how everything went down, sweetie. At the time of the murder, I was sitting in the ringmaster's room. Not to mention, flying off into the sky is not just something I can do at will. I don't care what the stoogey clown says, it wasn't me. Max, do you mind teaching me the trick behind flying? You'll have to forgive me, sweetie. The difference between me and a cheap imitation magician is that I keep my mouth shut, except for earlier when I didn't keep my mouth shut, just like 20 minutes ago. I don't teach people tricks, but I will say this much, it's much harder than you think. I was thinking about this in court today. I've got a favor to ask of you. Anything for you, sweetie? Be friends with the other performers in the circus. Fabulous, a great joke. Why would I be friends with a bunch of hacks like them? I've won on the world stage. I won the International Grand Prix. International Grand Prix? Performers should always look to perform on the world stage. But the performers at the circus are completely and utterly devoid of ambition. I don't know. That puppet really seems to want to bone a 16-year-old. This is something that I can simply not tolerate. Ambition, huh? Something about what Max just said rings true to my ears. Longest day of the year is coming up soon. I mean, you do understand that doesn't make the day have more than 24 hours, right? The longest day of the year just means there's more sunlight compared to darkness in a ratio form. It doesn't mean that the day stretches for 200 hours. Right? How would that end? Oh my sweeties want to hear all about the Grand Prix, don't they? To be honest though, I've told this story like 100 times already, so it's a bit boring. Sorry to make you tell it again. You must not have heard me. I'm really sick of telling this story. But what can you do? I'm Maximilian Galactica. I suppose I can tell it again. Voila! Here, take a look at this. I just happen to have a picture from the Grand Prix with me. Just look at that fabulous stage. That is the first stage that I ever flew on. I flew right over the audience. The crowd erupted into applause. At that time, I thought to myself that I could die right then, and die a happy man. I'll never forget how it felt that night. The emotions, the acclaim. Wow. By the way, I think everyone who is a performer should get to experience that feeling. Just wish I could explain that to the other people in the circus. That's incredible, Max. I want a trophy too. Hey, Nick, how about you buy me a trophy? Not how you earn a trophy, Maya. My sweeties, you can have this picture of my triumph. Just make sure you show it to all the other members of the circus. Look and learn. That's what you should tell them. Yes, go to space. The day never ends if you aren't on a planet. I don't know if I get good streaming Wi-Fi from space. Might make it a bit difficult. Learn how to get thrown in jail. Grand Prix photo added to the court record. I have no idea how this is going to come up. But okay. I also have no idea how pepper is going to come up, unless it turns out the only thing I can figure is either somebody's deathly allergic to pepper, or it's not pepper. Those are the only things I can figure, and both of those sound a stretch at most. This dark matter carries internet to you always. Ah, useful, okay. That's what dark matter is. It's Wi-Fi. You heard that? It sounds like two people arguing. Alright, let's do it. Are you ready? Yes. Oh, wait. Quit your whining. Let's just get this a shot already. Let's go. Row, row, row your boat. Row, row, row your boat. What are you doing? Gently down the stream. Come on, you know that. Trying my best, but Trillo, this just isn't going to work. You enjoy saying dumb things. You're gonna have to be on your own someday. Honestly, if he could pull off a round with his ventriloquist puppet, then I'd be impressed. What do you mean he's like, this is impossible? You can't. Like, you can't handle something as simple as doing a round with your ventriloquist puppet. What are you gonna do then? Hello, Ben. Hello to you too, Trillo. What are you doing here? Can't you see we're on a secret crash training course? Sorry. Secret crash training? Whoa. Yes, Trillo wouldn't give up until I said to try out this idea for a new routine. So we were trying to sing in a round for a new ventriloquist act. In a round? You can really do that? That's incredible. See? Even they're surprised by the idea. I told you. Not the only ones. You even surprised me with your idea. Once we get a grip on the basics, and it's just a matter of practice. You think so? I almost forgot. I wanted to give this back to you. There it is. Now that I got the spring back, it's time to take one more shot at Regina. You could not. You could not. Ah, yeah. Just move to Norway. That's it. Okay, right on it. Leave all I know behind. Go to Norway, where I probably don't speak the language. Wouldn't have a place. Would probably struggle to do my job with the time difference. 24 hours, jeez. An entire day without a moon. Okay. But the thing is, I stream at night, so that would be a day that I couldn't stream. You're telling me that I'd have an entire day where I could not stream. And presumably several days or weeks leading up to and preceding that, where I wouldn't be able to stream for the normal 4 hours. They'd have to by default be shorter. That's fair, but at the same time, wouldn't it just even out eventually to about 4 hours? I know that you already testified in court today. I'll talk about what we saw, right? Yes. Well, at first we thought it was the old man. Just looking at his walk and how he acted, right, Ben? Huh? Oh, yeah, that's right. But then we said hello and didn't even get a reply, not to mention he was draped in those gaudy symbols. What would you have thought if he wasn't wearing those symbols? What do you think, Ben? I would have thought it was the ringmaster. Something just isn't adding up here. I wonder who they really saw. 1 stream. Ah! Yeah, I definitely wouldn't veto that one. Definitely not. I'm pretty sure by the, 50th hour, I would just be incoherently rambling. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I wouldn't even be making, sense anymore. I was hoping I could ask you about Regina. I'm completely serious about her. That's why I'm waiting for her even now. Really? That's so sweet. But if you really wanted to see Regina, shouldn't you check out the tent? You haven't got a clue about things, do you, sweetheart? Waiting like this is part of being in love. How so? If you had a clue, you would know that waiting is such sweet, wonderful torture. When your body aches for your partner's love, that's one of the best parts. Yeah. I knew that. Okay, fair, but poor Maya. She's so red, she looks like a vine-ripe tomato. Yeah, I'll quit my job and I'll do what G-Money did for a bit and just do a constant stream where when I sleep I just put up YouTube videos or something that won't get me demonetized, and then I just continue the stream when I wake up. Yeah, just do nothing but that for a month. Definitely. Break for 48 minutes. Yeah, that's enough time to eat, bathroom, sleep. So how's this new routine working out? You two just take a chill pill already. Our routine's a secret. We're gonna take the ventriloquism world by storm. It'll be a real revolution. That sounds incredible. Let me make one thing clear. We're not going to take on the world just because that jerk said we should. That jerk? Max Galactica. How am I should aim for the world? Who does he think he is? But you are aiming for the world. Trill, you seem to be really fired up about all this. He has to realize that he isn't the only one who can conquer the world stage. You're right. You're right. Mark my words, I Trilloquist will win the Grand Prix. You're the man now, doll. Your vote will be the key to a glorious victory. Not to rain on your parade, but wouldn't a more mature song be best? Hey, you gotta start somewhere, right? Don't screw this up, you gotta be part of this too. Right. You sleep with the sun up all night? Oh, you just blackout curtains? Face mask? I mean, there's people who work night jobs and sleep in the daytime here. So, it's not impossible. I'm gonna regret this, but look at the photo. Do you mind taking a look at this? Guess we won't need to look at this after all. Alright, well. Hi. Oh, it's you two. You look like you just got hit by a truck. Shouldn't you get some rest? I'm taking a rest right now, pal. Been listening to some crazy clown's life story. Miss Von Karma told me to come down here and do this for her. Yeah, I figured as much. Let me tell you something, pal. Listening to that old clown sucks all your energy. Yes, clown sucks. Every time he's done talking, he looks at you like you should be doing something. I think he's waiting for you to laugh at his jokes. I know that, pal. Do you have any idea how much your face hurts if you fake laughing that much? This guy really set you up bad this time, didn't she? Yeah, again. If you ask me, she should be listening to Mo herself. No way, pal. Oh yeah, I forgot. Not Mo. Moe. No way, pal. You're not gonna get me to backbite a woman with a whip? No way. Why are you defending her? Prosecutor Von Karma's always got her eyes on us. And every time you definitely don't want her to show up, poof, there she is. Don't show up, don't show up, don't show up, don't show up, don't show up. I think she's wound him up pretty tight. She's directly above us as we speak. Huh? How's that possible? According to the clown, the culprit jumped from here and disappeared into the sky.
Wow.
That's what happened. It means the killer passed right by this window, pal. Oh, I see. Who lives in that room? Behind the window up there. The acrobat's got his room up on the 3rd floor, it seems. Pretty soon, Miss Von Karma's going to start her investigation up there. So don't get any ideas of going up to that acrobat's room. Got it, pal? But Francisca Von Karma, once she's done with her investigation, I think I'll go up there and check it out. The master's body's not here. I think I've checked all this. I don't think it's any. It doesn't look any different. Mo's room. Mo's not here. If he was here, he would have been able to tell even before he stepped into his room. She would have heard him laughing away. What do you think he's laughing at when he's all by himself? I always thought he was just thinking of new jokes. I must really love his work. Huh? Where's Regina? Someone followed by accident. Wow. Wow. In this after I actually succeeded in this case so far without game overing. I guess I took too much damage. But if she's with that tiger, I don't want to find out. Let's hurry up and get out of here. Clown jokes. Yeah, that's fair. Could be worse. Could be Meekins. Nick, you're kind of a chicken, aren't you? No. I'm just, allergic to wild tigers. Ah, that's true. I'm sure a 200-hour Umineko stream would mean Mitz wouldn't unfollow. Let me check everything here, too. Max and the Ringmaster have their talk in this room. It could have been when the Ringmaster put on Max's costume and went outside. Why'd you do that anyway? Was it really that cold or something? Checked this, right? Yep. Trophies. Poster already. We already checked all these. So we're just not going to take that white paper? Oh, whatever. I'm sure it's not important then. Clear. Let their bed on fire? Yeah, I'd be pretty upset too. Makes sense there's 52 Sundays in the year. I knew there were 52 weeks in a year, so yeah. A lot of smoke. Yeah, that is crazy. It sounds like everyone's okay, but that also sounds beyond stressful. Fire's no joke. Ah, right. Welcome to the wonderful, the fabulous, the cafeteria. Yikes. He's in an awfully good mood. Yeah, that's not great either. Alright, you know what time it is? Riddle time! Why does everyone cry when they eat Mexican pizza? Come on, you can answer this, it's easy. Because cafeteria Mexican pizza is possibly a weapon of bowel destruction? Wrong. Try again. Okay, what do you think, girlie? I got it. Okay, what's your answer? Because they're the cafeteria. Exactly. It's an incredibly sad place, that cafe. I did it. What's going on? It's being too nice. Look at this photograph. Ah, not this picture. He showed it to you guys too. Huh? You've seen it as well? Well, you know what they say about Maximilian Galactica. He really gets around. Are you calling Maximilian Galactica a whore?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. He didn't just show me the picture. What do you mean? He showed me his bust too. Are you calling Maximilian Galactica a whore? Laughing, probably. I'll tell you, that thing is enormous. He gets around and he has an enormous bust. Well. In the picture, I think. He'd make us worship it every day. He made us bow to his greatness. We do worship his giant bust every day. This circus is kinkier than I thought it was. It's got a big bust. I wouldn't mind hearing more about Max's bust. Not that sort of thing. Max's bust. Max's bust should be on that small table over there. Something over there. Really? Oh yeah. What was it? It's about 5 days ago. All of a sudden, the bust disappeared. Disappeared? You want to see it? There's a photo on the bulletin board over there. Max just had to put the picture up. Hey. This thing is really cool. Nick, I want someone to make a bust of me. Sure, as long as I'm not paying for it. Aww. Max G. Bust added to the court record. Is there anything else that changed about this place? Nope, nothing changed that I can see. What if he's actually thinking about this, or if he's just setting up a bad joke? Nope, drawing a blank here. Quiet Mo is a good Mo in my book. Guess there really aren't any other things that have changed, huh? Well, there's just one teensy tiny thing that does seem different. Tell us. Well, on the morning of the crime, over on that bulletin board, this piece of paper was posted front and center. Piece of paper. It's torn, so I don't know what it said, but I could see its title. Yikes. It says, "To the murderer." Murderer? Yep, that's what it says, but the rest of it has been ripped off. I don't know who posted it. When did you find this? Morning before the murder. Before the murder? Yes, the ringmaster was killed the night after this paper was discovered. Who in the world posted this thing? Okay. Nick, I think we better follow up on this important lead. Are you 100% sure about your testimony today? That's all I saw, I swear, that creep just flew through the air. It wasn't exactly flying per se, it was more like floating. Silhouette of his face made me positive it was Max. I don't see a cyclock. He must be telling the truth. Today's been a really crazy day, hasn't it? Telling me, didn't think it was going to be so tough. Tough? Yeah, it's a tough crowd. That's what you call a crowd that refuses to laugh. For instance, it was such a tough crowd this morning I had to smash watermelons. Sometimes you hate having to go full Gallagher. Told them all a great story and even greater jokes, but no one busted out laughing. You can use the famed no shoes, no shirt, no service joke. Exactly, how can you not laugh at a stunning comedy like that? Yeah. When the murder was supposed on the bulletin board, it's around when Ben conked Ben over the head. Sorry, I hadn't remembered it till now. It was torn down before anyone really paid any attention to it. You don't know what was written on it, do you? Unfortunately, I don't. But I bet you they would know. Who are they? Max and Ben. They were here before me that morning. Okay. Why? I'm taking a look at this. Well, then maybe Max. Do you know anything about this note? The morning of the murder, it was posted on the wall in the cafeteria. I do know all about that note. When I read it, my heart certainly skipped a beat. Your heart skipped a beat? While I was enjoying my morning tea, the ringmaster and company entered the room. And company? I guess it wasn't really a company, it was just the ringmaster and my sweetie pie. When the ringmaster read the note, he turned an incredible bright red. All of a sudden, he tore it off the wall and shoved it into the pocket of his tailcoat. Ah, well, really? Out of curiosity, what in the world was written on that thing? Let's see. Oh, I don't want to steal this fun from my sweeties. Go ahead and find out on your own. I'm sure you can find it somewhere. You might also want to ask my sweetie pie princess. Alright, bye. Now can we pull the paper out of the thing? Hey, did you see that? There's a scrap of paper shoved into the pocket of the tailcoat. You know, got a feeling I know what that is. Bet that's the other half of the note that Mo gave us. Let's hurry up and check this thing out, Nick. I knew it! It fits perfectly with the other piece. What does it say? What does it say? To the murderer, I have conclusive evidence of what took place. Meet me at 10 p.m. tonight at the Lodging House Plaza. Yeah, 10 p.m. Also, hey bots, how's it going? Welcome to Viperland in the chat. We didn't get a game over on the first trial. We're already doing okay. We're doing alright on the easy trial part. So the murder took place. Now we need to find out who called out the ringmaster. Alright. Tailcoat. Mo's gone! There's a message on the bulletin board. I am hungry, so I'm off to get some hamburgers. Love, Mo. Hamburger. Just thinking about it is making me hungry. All of a sudden I need a burger, bad. All of a sudden, I need a new partner. Bad. Man, the power of burgers is real, okay? Don't give her a hard time if she needs a burger. But why would he leave the cafeteria? It's fine. Very on brand. Yeah. I'd never struggle with any case ever, obviously. Why would you even imply such a thing? Look at this bust. Yep. Look at this pepper. Yep. Hey, Detective Gumshoe. I'm sure you did a good job as usual. Well, I'm done with the investigation of the acrobat finally. But with Miss Von Karma. Beep 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 beep. Nick, what is that? That beeping sound? Is Detective Gumshoe a robot? Have we just not noticed up until now that Detective Gumshoe has been a robot this whole time? It's Miss Von Karma. Every time I hear that sound, she's usually not very far behind. Some sort of pager or something. If you don't mind, pal, I'm gonna go ahead and get out of here, quick! See ya, pal! I didn't know that Gumshoe could run that fast. So much for being a flatfoot. I've seen a grown man so afraid of a girl still in her teens. I don't think he's afraid of the girl in her teens. I think he's afraid of the whip she carries everywhere. I don't think anybody would want to get... Well... No, I can't say that statement, because it's definitely people... Well, let's go inside. It's freezing out here. The wind is biting his... Ow! It's biting his lashes from a whip! On Karma! She really did appear. This was a real battle today in court, wasn't it, Mr. Phoenix Wright? The work she makes him do... Oh, yeah. And the constant reducing of his pay. You have to jump out and scare us like that? What can I do for you? I don't think she jumped out and scared you. I think she jumped out and literally assaulted your partner. Tomorrow will be the day my dream finally comes true. I mean, the story of my defeat at your hands making the national news? National news? You possess such a small sense of scale. The global news, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Your miserable plight will be known internationally. I think she might be overestimating the importance of a win by just a smidge. Alright, it's important though. What about this? Ow! She hit me again! Maybe you should get a hold of... Maybe you should hold off on the wild goose chases. Why does she keep whipping her? What about this? Ow! I'm sorry, Maya. Miss Von Karma, it appears you got your hands onto something big, huh? I'm amazed you picked up on that much. Anyone could. You couldn't hide the look of victory with 10 paper bags on your head. I've got conclusive evidence and a conclusive witness. Need any more hints? Conclusive witness? You must mean the acrobat, right? Putting in the summons for him to be called as a witness as we speak. It's the final nail in your coffin, Mr. Phoenix, Wright. Yeah. I get it already. You want to beat and destroy me. I can't worry about her. I've got to try and find out more information myself. Why do you keep giving Nick the evil eye? It doesn't matter if you prove the defendant guilty tomorrow. I think we'll be able to bring your dad back. My dad? You must mean the esteemed Manfred von Karma. Of course, your dad. You know you miss him. Enough out of you. One more word and you'll get a mouthful of whip. Now, when did I ever bring up my papa's name in this, or any other conversation? Then what's this revenge thing you're talking about? You wouldn't understand, Mr. Phoenix, Wright. I have to see him again one more time. Him? I'm sure you know to whom I refer. Miles Edgeworth. What? Edgeworth? Mr. Edgeworth? Miles Edgeworth? Miles Edgeworth. Why would you even bring him up? You haven't forgotten, have you? You know who it was that trained the gifted prosecutor Miles Edgeworth? Manfred von Karma. Exactly right. It was my papa. That means that Edgeworth was... right again. Miles was like a little brother to me. Huh. Little brother, but Edgeworth and Nick are the same age. Edgeworth. The man who inspired me to become an attorney. Fought against him in a few cases. A little after that case was over, he vanished. It's your fault he's gone. Huh? It's the truth, isn't it, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Nick, what does she mean? Edgeworth was never quite the same after that case, and then the case after that one. He never set foot into court again. Then one day, he just vanished. All he left was a simple note at the prosecutor's office. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth chooses death. Oh, that was 1 year ago. It's a few months after you left to go back home. Mr. Edgeworth, he's dead? I don't believe it. Excuse me. He's still alive, I'm sure of it. Somewhere in this world, he's still alive. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth chooses death? Of course he did. You ruined his reputation as a prosecutor. You effectively killed the prosecutor in him. Wow, it's almost like I did my job to just show evidence. Crazy. My fault. Yeah. It's gonna be my fault when you quit too, I'm sure. Just like your victory muddied the honorable name Von Karma. I'm going to find him. Then I'm going to teach him his rightful place with my own 2 hands. Nick, Kinky? I mean, about Mr. Edgeworth. Maya, I already told you this once. Don't make me do it again. Don't bring up his name in front of me again, okay? Nick. Miss Von Karma. What? I don't know if you're God's gift to prosecutors or not. I've had about enough of you. Him too. But what in the world happened? This dog is all bark and no bite. He's already been defeated. We already beat her in a case, and we stalled this case to the point of going a second day. We continue to push her back, and she's just like, I'm unstoppable. You can't. Look at this little... like. We already beat her once, but even if you ignore that, we do keep winning small victories. Regardless, I have nothing to inform you two of today. Tomorrow will be the greatest courtroom battle this country has ever seen. Nick, let's go. We need to talk with the performer on the 3rd floor. Sorry I brought it up, Nick. Well. December 29th, lodging house, 3rd floor, Echo's room. You must be Phoenix Wright. Yes? Pleased to meet you. I am Ken Dingling. But here at the circus, everyone just calls me Acro. Mr. Acro? How do you know my name? The detective told me. He said you'd definitely show up here. Acro, you're a member of the circus as well. That's right. I mainly performed on the tightrope or the flying trapeze. But nowadays, all I perform is in my wheelchair. Well, that's not ideal. Acro, why did you join the circus? When I was a kid, my parents failed miserably at business, and one night they decided to run away from it all, without me. That's really garbage of them. The only person who was willing to take my parents' place was the ringmaster. The ringmaster took such incredible care of me, he was truly a lifesaver. Seems like the ringmaster is truly a saint. He was. That's why I decided to do something very important. I decided that I would devote my entire life to finding a way to repay him. Now, look how someone repaid him for all the good in his life. Such a shame. Sometimes I think that he was almost too kind. Perhaps he was too kind to his performers. Perhaps he was too kind to his daughter. I wonder if he spoiled Regina. Regina's so cute. She's truly a princess. Truly a princess. Are you sure that's a good thing? Do I detect a hint of a grudge against Regina? I'm sorry to ask, but why are you in a wheelchair? The nerves in my legs were badly damaged. I can't walk now? I can't even stand now. And since I live on the 3rd floor, I can't even leave this building by myself. They don't have an elevator? It's awful. The accident happened during an acrobatics session, right? Also, nobody offered to swap rooms with you? Like, at all? Like somebody on the 1st floor? Oh. Cyclops! Doesn't seem like Acro's injuries were acrobatic in nature. What's on your mind, Mr. Wright? Well, exactly when were you injured? It's been almost 6 months since I was hurt. I injured my legs during practice. 6 months ago? What in the world went on at the circus then? I stopped by yesterday and noticed that you weren't in your room. I was at the hospital all day yesterday. Ah, you were there for rehabilitation? What about the murder? Of course I knew about it. I spoke with the police before they allowed me to go to the hospital. Before I got the call from the prosecutor, I was convinced that it was all a dream. I just couldn't believe it when I saw what I saw. What you saw? Jeez, that sounded really ominous. What did you see? What did you see, Acro? At night, I was in bed sleeping when I heard a huge sound coming from below my window. I see, the scene of the crime was right below your window. That's when I looked out the window. What did you see? He was flying straight up into the air. He? Maximilian Galactica. What? That's what I thought he'd say. You're absolutely positive that it was Max you saw flying? Absolutely sure. There's no doubt in my mind. Nick? What do you think of this? I'm sorry, but in my present physical condition, I don't really know much about what goes on outside of this room. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't help. About the wheelchair. I have to ask you, how were you injured? I'm sorry, I thought we talked about this. It was an accident that happened during practice. An accident during practice? Yes, unfortunately acrobats are prone to all sorts of injuries. He's lying. If that were the real cause, he'd have no reason to keep a secret. Acro, are you really telling me that a practice incident was the cause of your injury? We have no proof of it now, so like, we're gonna have to leave. Find it. Oh no. Got a bad feeling about this. It's just casual tiger stuff, yeah. Ah, Nick! Wonderful. Today's special must be Filet-O-Phoenix. Stay, heal! I forgot that she sparkled. Oh, Maya, Nick, it's you guys. I'm sorry, I guess I made a mistake. A mistake? Yeah, a little one. I was thinking of teaching whatever primate was out there a lesson. But I was expecting more of a monkey than a human. Monkey? Pity about what happened to the ringmaster. Dad. Everyone loved him, didn't they? He must have been quite the man. He was. I love my dad so much. I can say it, but she doesn't seem all that broken up about her father. That's why I feel so lonely, now that I won't be able to see him for a while. For a while? Yes. When Leon died, I talked with my dad, and he told me that when someone dies, they just become a star in the heavens. A star? That means that my dad is looking down at me from the sky. That's why I love the night so much. I can see everyone who's gone. Someone dies, they just become a star in the heavens. It's kind of sweet. But I bet you there's no way that Maya believes that. What do you mean there's no way I believe that? Everyone can read his mind. Fine. Yep. Do you think that one day I'll be a star too? Of course. Do you really think so? Yeah, you will, I think. I've got a feeling that everyone is doing great up there in the sky. I wonder if everything's alright with Regina. Just to go back and clear something up, why do you want to teach Money a lesson? Because he's a meanie. That's something that means a lot to me. Something that means a lot to you? It must be something shiny, right? Actually, it's a stage costume. Got lots of spangles. It's really beautiful. You should see it. It should. When the costume gets hit by the spotlight, it dazzles. Hey, Mr. Attorney. Huh? If you saw that monkey, you'd get my costume back for me, wouldn't you? It's really important to me. Gladly, but of course, I'll get it for you. Leave it all up to us. It's just no turning down that request. Yay, you're really gonna do it. Alright, Regina, have you ever seen this before? Ah, I know what this is. Really? Well, it was in my pocket for a while. It's in your pocket? This piece of paper was in your pocket? I guess I noticed it was there around breakfast time. Breakfast time? Yeah, I always take Acro his breakfast in the morning. That's when I also take out the trash in his room. Then I'd go to the cafeteria and eat my own breakfast. That's when you realized the piece of paper was in your pocket? Yep, but since I'm not a murderer, I just figured it belonged in someone else's pocket. Then what? I wondered if the person who lost it was in trouble, so... You didn't put it on the bulletin board in the cafeteria, did you? I did! I stuck it up there. How'd you know? It was Regina who put it up there. When did this happen? In the morning of the murder, I think. It explains a lot. I wonder who wrote this. Yeah. There's no denying it. Max is cool. I want to try flying someday with Max. She's already flown off into her own little world. Nick, I want to try flying too. Okay, I'll think about it. Okay, Max. That's Pepper, isn't it? From the cafeteria. Huh? It's from the cafeteria. It's not. I remember seeing it there. This was the cafeteria's Pepper. You know, I'm not a big fan of Pepper. Nothing about the box. This loves to cause nothing but trouble, that cute little monkey. But don't you think using a tiger to scare him is a bit much? Why is that? You really have to ask that? It's dangerous to use a tiger for that kind of thing. It's not dangerous at all. Regent's just a little kitten. I've seen plenty of kittens, and that's no kitten. Max, okay. So anything Max related, it just prompts Max is cool. Something smells fantastic. So we know it can't be Mo. Wait! I know what it is. It's burgers. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to the bistro, Dick Cirque, aka the cafeteria. It smells so good in here. Those burgers look great. She's drooling like she's some sort of crazed burger monster. My burgers are the best! Juicy meat, toasted buns, special sauce. They're absolutely irresistible to anyone with a hankering for a burger. One bite will send you into hamburger heaven. I bet, I can tell by the smell. Whoa, I'm getting hungry too. Those burgers must have some kind of special power. Now that the ringmaster is gone, what are you going to do? It's all I've thought about the past 2 days. Everyone loved Russell. You've heard Acro's story, haven't you? How he was adopted when he was younger. He's calmed down a bit now, but he was livid when he heard about the murder. Acro was so upset that he said he couldn't go on. He was that upset? Yes, he was. Anyways, I gave it some thought. Maybe I should give up on trying to be a half-baked clown. Been thinking of trying out the ringmaster's shoes. What? Really? That should still be an issue, though. Max? Maybe a bit mean and hard to work with, but it's hard to argue his importance. He's probably the reason the circus is still around. A lot of what he says is right. Well, all that's left is to see if everyone can get over the tragedy. You know, tragedy, you know. What is he talking about? Get over it. That's how powerful they are, yeah? Get over? What tragedy, Mo? Huh? Don't worry about it, it's nothing at all. Must be the tragic death of the ringmaster, right? Yeah, yes, that's it, you're right, girlie. Dang, correctamundo. Doesn't he mean ding? Mo, I mean no disrespect here, but you're lying to us. No, not at all. What makes you think that? That's what you said, if everyone can get over the tragedy. Seems a bit strange. Sounded like you were talking about something from a long time ago. Mo, I'm right, aren't I? Ah, damn it, more locks. So now we're getting closer to the truth. About 6 months ago, just a little accident. Give me a break. Us old men have accidents. I wear big pants for a reason. 6 months ago, eh? Mo, please tell us what happened 6 months ago. What in the world went on at the circus? Okay, there's no need to look so scary when you ask me. Hey, look over there, some juicy burgers, let's eat instead. Unfortunately, I'm more of a grilled chicken sandwich man myself. Actually, kinda got an idea of what happened back then. Mo, he said something about an accident. This wouldn't happen to be the cause of that accident, would it? Oh, we're still injured too, great. We haven't found any new evidence. Like, we've got the note and 2 photographs. That's the only new stuff we have. We're clearly missing some evidence. Not really sure where to get it. Yeah, I'm sure. Mo's not here. What's that? I hear something. Stop it, Nick. You're scaring me. Nick, it's money! The monkey's holding something. That's it. That's the thing that means a lot to Regina, remember? Time to take on this monkey, attorney style. I mean, obviously. Yikes! Ah! Had a monkey argument, you know. Try to have a monkey-to-monkey talk with him. I really did. Nick, you... I swiped it while Money was distracted. Wow, you're really on the ball today, Nick. Let me see it. Huh? You can see it fine from where you are. You choose with that choice. Of course, yes. You know what I mean. I really want to try on Regina's costume. Maybe then they'll take you into the circus and I can get some peace and quiet. What's the matter now? It doesn't fit me at all. Oh well. It's time for you to lay off the burgers. Not to mention, it doesn't look like something any girl I know would actually wear. Stage costume added to the court record. I regret this, but... Nope, okay. Hey, we found your outfit. Here you go, Regina. Yay, thank you. You really got it back for me. Don't mention it. I love you, Mr. Attorney. Blush. It's nothing. No wonder guys melt to mush in front of this girl. Hey, Regina. That costume is yours, right? I tried it on, but it didn't fit me. Huh? This costume, this isn't mine. It was Leon's. Leon's? You know, the lion she told us about? Oh, the one that somebody killed. Ah. Okay. Leon, he was killed, wasn't he? That's right, my dad killed him. Okay. Well, Leon did something really bad during practice. In practice? Leon was sitting down, and then he opened his mouth, you know. Gah. Uh-huh. Usually when he did that, I would put my head into his mouth. Hey, you put your head into a lion's mouth? I sure did. The people in the crowd always loved seeing you do that. They'd always start screaming. They were screaming because they loved seeing you do that? Anyways, what was the bad thing? Oh yeah, Leon bit someone during that practice. Regina, everything was alright though, right? No, it wasn't alright. That was the problem. My dad was incredibly angry. That's when Leon... Yeah, that's when he became a star in the sky. Poor thing. And the show's the lion, shot by the ringmaster 6 months ago for biting a performer. Alright. I'm gonna save, but I assume that that's at least the thing that happened 6 months ago. Cause of that accident. Oh, it's down here. I heard a little bit about it from Regina. Leon made a mistake during a practice, right? How did you? Told him so many times. You shouldn't be doing such dangerous acts. Putting her head inside of Leon's mouth, right? Yeah, but Regina believed in Leon. She believed so strongly that the ringmaster went along. He never could say no to her. Out of curiosity, who was bitten? Come on, Mo. Don't clam up on me now. Who did Leon bite on the head? Well, I promised I wouldn't say anything. Promised. He's involved in this, too. He's involved, huh? What was he talking about? Well, is this the person that you promised you wouldn't say anything? I mean... it could be him? I feel like it's the only logical... It must have been Acro, right? Ah, how did you know? Don't worry about that, Mom. Getting to the bottom of this accident may help solve what happened to the ringmaster. No way. I need to know the truth about what happened to Russell. Please, tell me what you know. Sorry, Acro. Unlock successful. Oh, man, thank goodness. Glorious, beautiful, extra HP. You'd love to see it. Now I can keep screwing up. Just like you said, you know, the accident. Did someone die? No, but it would have probably been better if he had. But how would that have been better? He's still alive. When he got bit, he suffered massive brain damage. He'll never recover from the coma that he's in. Coma? That is now his lying in his bed at the hospital. What? That's all he's ever going to be able to do. I see. How is he related to Akron? He's his brother. Oh, okay. Huh? The person who got bit was Acro's brother. I thought they were talking about Acro for a second. I was like, what? No. Brother? They were an acrobat team of brothers. Acro and Bat. Cute nicknames, I thought. Anyways, they were an incredible team. Cut down together in their prime. Also, Hochi, how's it going? Welcome to Viperland in the chat. Who's Acro's younger brother? Dean Dingling, but everyone always called him Bat. He fell in love with Regina. Trying to win her love was his downfall. Man, everybody just thirsted after a 16-year-old girl. All of them, the whole carnival. Everyone seems to fall in love with Regina. 6 months ago, when we were practicing, all of a sudden, Bat blurts out, "Let me perform with Leon." Why'd you do that? I don't know, but that's what caused the accident. Never forget that moment. So strange. Leon had the weirdest look on his face. He was smiling. Oh, okay. You mean Leon? Yes, Leon. When he bit down, he was smiling. Some sick grin. No way, that's impossible. Lurking lion, lying murderer. Why does it seem that it's always Mo who catches all these incredible events? Nick, can lions smile? We never told the police about the incident. The circus would have been shut down if we had. The next day, the ringmaster took Leon out and shot him with a rifle. That's what really happened. Well, you guys are so serious. What was I supposed to do? I had to tell you. But all this truthfulness has put me in the mood for a burger. Here, you do have some pepper. Shake, 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 shake. He goes again, acting like his normal crazy self. Chew! Chew! Nice, what a wonderful sneeze. Huh? You think so? You sneeze with pepper and slip on a banana peel. That's basic clownsmanship. Really, I know you gotta understand that. Nick, I think I'll make a good clown. Other than Regina, I've never seen a cuter sneezer. Does Regina sneeze with pepper too? She does! Bat would always tease her with pepper. But Bat, my point of view, those two always looked so perfect together. Perfect together, huh? Well, bye. I do anything to for that. Leon! Okay. Leon! Alright. Oh, wrong one. Oh. Fine. Well, you did say, "I'll be back." Wait, or is that someone else? We're back because the actor is hiding why his legs were injured. He was hurt in that accident 6 months ago. It seemed that he knows that we know. Oh well, seems you've got things you want to talk about, so fire away. Okay. Not my Leon. Oh, there were so many Leons at Kineticon. Not a bad thing, but like, there were times when in the main area you'd be able to spot like 4 or 5 simultaneously. It was a Leon fest. Not a lot of Ashleys, unfortunately. Because that would have been really funny to have, even just, I would love to see a picture of just like, or even just like one Ashley in the middle of like the main hall go like, "Leon, help!" And they all just swarm. Exactly. See, Ochi gets it. Did you see any mice? No, I did not. But she could have just been hiding well. Alright, so we got. We all take that so loud the birds fly away. Wheelchair. Practice accident was the cause of your injury. I get the general gist, I guess, but I don't get what to present for this one. Oh, I didn't mean to go all the way back. Whoops. Like, I think I have enough for this. They even confirmed it. Like, yeah, you should have enough for this. But I don't know what to present to start it all. Maybe Leon, I guess. Leon, 6 months ago, you were attacked by the lion. That's when you were injured. I'm on the right track. I just need to keep going. You're saying that I was attacked by a lion? That's what I'm saying. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright, but I'm an acrobat. I'm no animal tamer. If a lion was coming at me, I'd be running for the exit. Okay, maybe attacked is not the best word to be using. So let me rephrase that as battled the lion. You seem to enjoy telling jokes. Why did I decide to battle a lion? Because you had to fight it. You had to fight it to save someone. See, this one I got. It's a shame what happened to your brother 6 months ago. You tried to save him, didn't you? That's how you got that terrible injury. Mo, he must have told you. Yes, we learned about Bat from Mo, but he didn't mention anything about you in regards to the accident. Suppose it was just a slip of the tongue on his part. That's how I figured it out. Slip of the tongue?
It's an incredible team. Cut down together in their prime.
Cut down together. That was where he slipped, and that's how I figured it out. You two ended up at the center of the same accident together, like always. I see. But an accident is an accident. It wasn't anyone's fault. It's not what broke an acro was the last cyclock. This must be one incredibly deep-seated secret. It wasn't anyone's fault. Do you care to explain more? Acro, I know you're still hiding something from me. Maybe someone you don't seem to like much is the reason you're being evasive. Regina? Regina? You always seem calm and collected until you start talking about her. Saying things like she's cruel. Well done, Mr. Attorney. You've got quite the set of eagle eyes. You know, our tiger tried to attack me. Agent tried to attack you. Twice? It wasn't serious, I'm sure. You're not trying to insinuate that I believe she spurred on Leon to attack Bat, are you? Leon was never taught a command to attack people. Regina isn't capable of doing anything like that. Besides, Regina had no reason to want to hurt my little brother. Regina and Bat were such good friends back then. But you still hate Regina. Got proof of it. What? What are you talking about? Oh, maybe I overdid it again. If I can hand something over to Acro, maybe it'll... Here's proof that you had it out for Regina all along. This? This. Where did you get it? Regina posted it on the bulletin board of the cafeteria. Before that, it was in her pocket.
I guess I noticed it was in there around breakfast time. I always take care of his breakfast in the morning.
You wrote this, and then you put it in her pocket. That's right, isn't it? That's right. Well done, Mr. Wright. Hey, Cyclops song. Unlock successful! Lost 0 HP. My legs were injured by Leon. 6 months ago, my younger brother Bat had a dare with Regina. A dare? Absurd dare. I can put my head inside of Leon's mouth like you do. You have to go to the movies with me on a date. That's insane! Didn't he know how dangerous that is? I thought he was being stupid too. That lion was very old to begin with. Age brought with it countless experience in doing that very trick. Unfortunately, this particular time, I guess Leon wasn't ready or willing. And that's when the accident happened. I just wanted to take her out to the movies. Or a Bat. When Leon chomped down, I jumped towards him. And Leon attacked me, and that's how I ended up... What about Bat? He's still in a coma. I went to the hospital yesterday to visit him. Let's see. Still waiting for him to open his eyes again. That's the reason why I keep going. Matt and Regina. They were such great friends. Oh yeah, I wanted you to take a look at this. What is it? This is the scarf my brother was wearing when Leanne attacked him. Gross! It's covered in blood. This scarf. It's a present from Regina to my brother on the day of the accident. Hmm? He did it. He looked like he was smiling. He... Leon, obviously. Oh. When he bit down on Bat's head, the expression on Leon's face looked like a grin. Nick! No, most of the same thing. What do you think it all means? I'll be taking that scarf if you don't mind. Miss Von Karma! I've already heard everything, so hand over the scarf. But the scarf is evidence of the trial! That is for me to decide. No! No, it's not! I think we should begin our preparations now, Acro. Preparations? I've served a summons to Acro to appear in court tomorrow as a witness. Acro will talk more at the prosecutor's office. Acro, a witness? Acro, let's go to the office. Yes, ma'am. What do we do, Nick? Now what do we do, Nick? How are we going to handle tomorrow? Don't worry about it. I'll figure something out. It's true. It's 100% what she does.
I substitute your reality for my own, Von Karma.
Look at you all full of confidence. You must have found something you can use. This is all beginning to come together now. To be continued. So, I think we have time to try the trial. The first one took about an hour and a half. If we go a little over, that's okay. I would like to get this one done if we can, and I feel like there's... I mean, there's always the possibility there's another trial, but I feel like we can finish this trial if we go a smidge over, or if it just goes a little faster than the earlier one. So I'm going to try it. It's also just a smidge early to call it, I think. If it was another, like, 30 minutes, I'd be like, Good morning, Max. Oh, yeah, good morning, sweeties. You don't seem like your usual sparkling self today. I'm always like this before I go in front of an audience. I'm working up to it. Hee hee. Don't get nervous, Maxie. Here, have a glass of milk. Regina! How fabulous, my sweetie pie princess. You came to watch my performance today? Of course I did. The problem now is, it becomes super obvious that I use the exact same goddamn voice for both of them, now that they're talking to one another. Mo told me that I should come and watch this. Who said that? So what kind of performance will you put on today? Let me guess, you'll fly at the end? I mean, it wasn't subtle to begin with, but it's just unavoidable now. It's not that kind of show. Isn't that right, sweeties? Huh? I think my sweetie pie princess... I don't have too many voices, and both of them just emanate that energy. Destined for voice acting. Yeah, see, that's... If anything, I'm destined for narration. Easier said than done. Like, realistically, like, honestly, how many voices do you guys have? Like, if you had to voice a cast of characters and make them distinctly different, not slight variations. Because, like, I could pitch him up or down a little bit, but that's the same voice, just a little higher or lower. I would consider that the same voice, to me personally. I feel like I've got, like, that voice, which I definitely... See, I can't do accents well, so that's something I should work on, to be fair. That is something I could work on.
I have this voice.
I feel like I've got that one voice for this, which I have absolutely stolen from Afro. 100% it's a voice Afro used for a prominent NPC in D&D, and I've kind of just stolen that. I feel like I've got my generic girl voice, slightly bossier girl voice, and then just variations of, like, more aggressive or punk-sounding, like, regular, like, guy voices. With Mario and Elvis. Okay. I see, accents definitely would mix it up a bit. It's not something I do much of, though. I think my sweetie pie princess doesn't... Yeah, she doesn't seem to realize what's going on. Or even where she is. Well, Max, it looks like it's time to raise the curtain. I'll see you later. Today I'm just a member of the audience. Fabulous. Enjoy yourself out there. Good luck, Max. You're the best. Gina's different, don't you think, Nick? Top of the morning to you. Everybody, let's get ready to get stuck in a legal limbo. How low can you go? Mo? Top of the morning to you, Governor. Top of the morning? What's the ticket? Attacking the day starts with energy in the morning. Excuse me. Jacksepticeye. Early bird gets the worm, but then again, worms lack higher brain functions. Here, Max, I brought you a present. Have some milk. Oh my. Thanks. How are you today, Wright? Well, I've got the feeling that today I'm going to face off against the real culprit. You mean, bro? Huh? You think he did it? Be careful. He's used to putting his life on the line, literally. He's got guts to spare. All I've got to worry about is how thin the tightrope is. I'm used to it already. It just means that I won't be able to press him like I can other witnesses. What are you gonna do then, Nick? Guess today we'll just have to do without our usual psychological warfare. Today we rely on evidence. The only way we'll get past Acro into the truth. Right, but it's gonna be tough. Anyways, I want you to make sure that Regina sees it all today. It's important. Then she'll finally have to deal with the reality of what happened to her father. I want us to make sure Regina watches. Yes, that's why I brought her here to court today. What's that supposed to mean? She needs to know that when people die, they don't just become stars. I may be an old-fashioned clown, but I don't believe in people becoming stars. December 30th, 10 a.m., courtroom. Yeah, I get the feeling that this is the last of the trial unless something goes nuts. I feel like we have the evidence to, like, wrap this up. He may be a clown, but, you know, there's seriousness somewhere buried under there. It's buried pretty deep, but apparently murder digs it out a little bit. Is now in session for the trial of Maximilian Galactico. Prosecution is ready, Your Honor. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Very well, Miss Von Karma, you may proceed with your case. Prosecution would like to revise its previous theory of events. What's the meaning of this? We've discovered a new witness, or shall I say, a new eyewitness. One that saw Maximilian Galactica fly off from the scene of the crime. Order, order! I had a feeling something like this would come up. Due to this revision, we are now prepared to explain how the defendant flew that night. An explanation the prosecution will present if the need so arises. In fact, my detective stayed up all night creating a mock-up of the scene on my orders. Poor Gumshoe. Very well. Please call the witness. I feel like there are no truer two words of this entire series than poor Gumshoe. Time to get to work. Shall I say, time to walk the courtroom tightrope. Where's the birds keep it? Name and occupation. Ken Dingling, but everyone calls me Acro. I'm employed as an acrobat in the very big circus. Where were you the night of the crime? I was in my room that night. If you look at the map, you will see the witness's room is near the crime scene. My room is on the 3rd floor. The crime scene is below my window. The night of the crime, the witness saw something quite shocking. Could you tell us what you witnessed? Okay. Here's where we start saving. I guess after the testimony. It was just after 10 p.m., and I was resting in my bed. At that time, I heard a large thump noise from outside the window. Then, a few moments later, I saw someone lying by my window. It was Max Galactica. I only saw him from behind, but that's what it looked like. To be honest, when I saw that, I thought I was dreaming. Well, yeah, his brother's stage name is Bat, so they were Acro and Bat. Yeah. This witness's testimony matches up exactly with what that clown saw. If that's the case, there's very little the prosecution need add. All that's left is to explain how the defendant disappeared into the sky that night. Before we get that far, I'd like to cross-examine the witness. A foolish choice by a foolish fool who wishes to feel the foolish sadness of a sad fool. A man must know the proper timing for things, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Just like your old friend, Mr. Miles Edgeworth did. Right. Do you have a problem with the witness's testimony? The words of Miss Von Karma. May I quote yesterday's proceedings? There's no way that actually happened. Very well. You may proceed with your cross-examination. Alright. In the real world, Ochi? Absolutely. But in this messed up world, where Francisca has a whip and chooses what is actually right or wrong, you don't, no. Said that you were resting in bed. One would thus assume that you turned the lights off in your room, correct? That's correct. But there are safety lights around the outside of the lodging house. It's so bright, sometimes it can make it hard to sleep. If that's the case, wouldn't it be a good idea to close some curtains? I never really thought of that. I guess that means I'm off to buy some curtains. Haha, sometimes I do make myself useful in these chambers. Ow! The witness will proceed with his testimony. Your room is on the 3rd floor, right? Yes. You said that you were resting in bed. That is correct. You were still able to hear a sound from outside? It was indeed. Pressing acro doesn't seem to get results. Maybe something was contradictory in what he said just now. I mean, so far that lines up with what we know. What's the matter, Mr. Wright? Nothing, Your Honor. If I can find a clear contradiction, I should tread lightly. Just after 10 p.m. A large slump. Yeah, so far, I don't think... Later. Okay, so I don't think we have anything against that right yet. You're sure it was a human being. Could have been a mannequin, or perhaps a large action figure. Well, setting aside the possibility of a mannequin, an action figure is plausible. You no need to mince words with Mr. Phoenix Wright. Testify to the truth and only the truth, just as if we were there with you that night. I believe it was a human. Just strengthened his testimony. Your macro statement jives with the facts. Is there a contradiction, though? Huge, maybe not. Yeah. If there's a contradiction, then prove it with evidence. She's right. Let's see some evidence. Do you have any evidence to support your claim of a contradiction? In a roundabout way. No, not really. That? This... What in the world? Okay, nope. Yep. Cool. Okay. 10 p.m. Thump. Flying. Your room was turned off then, right? That's true. I was going to bed after all. So with the lights off, you were still able to clearly see a human fly by your window. The safety lights lit things up enough for me to see. I must say there was only enough light for me to see the silhouette outside of my window. It was a person's back, so I couldn't see the white roses on the front. Did you see any of the other symbols? I clearly saw the silk hat, as well as the cloak wrapped around his body. I'm convinced that the person I saw was Max Galactica. The more I press him, the less results I seem to get. Maybe there was something fishy with his latest bit of testimony. When did you start thinking that what you saw wasn't a dream? It's not important. I believe that the prosecution has done a bit of maintenance on the witness's memory. Just to make sure, let's ask the witness. Ow! Objection. Sustained. Don't sustain that. Oh my god. Acro must be lying about what he saw, right? Of course he is. The challenge would be to expose his lies in court. Well, put the pedal in the middle, Nick. I don't know. feel like the bust could easily work into... Like, you just put the hat and the cape on the bust, you're good. Raise and lower that. It's not the note. I honestly don't know what this is gonna... No idea how we're gonna use this for anything. It's not that. It's not the pepper. It's not the box. It's not the report. It's not Leon. It's not money. Map doesn't help. Bottle doesn't help. Poster doesn't help. Doesn't help. I mean, if he's wearing the silk hat, how would he find the silk hat at the scene? But, like, I don't know if they're going to listen to that. I don't know of any person, like... I don't see, like, an obvious gap in any of his statements. Like, I want to say the bust here, to be like, hey, that could be this, but, like, that's not proof. You can see from the outside stuff. Sure. I feel like the hat or the bust are the obvious things here, but it doesn't feel right. Could be the hat. I'm trying the hat because how would he see the guy with the hat if the hat was on the ground? Okay. Claim to have seen the exact same thing Mo saw that night. Do you stand by that? What do you mean? The silk hat. What about the silk hat? I saw it on Max's head as he flew by my window. Well, you should have tried looking down out of your window that night. It would have been quite difficult considering the state that I'm in. Just looking outside of the window was a tough enough challenge for me. That's a shame, because you would have noticed the silk hat found on the scene. It's the ringmaster's hat, right? Afraid not. No matter how you look at it, this is Max's silk hat. Where are you going with this, Mr. Wright? Are you saying that Max has two silk hats? No. This is a handmade, one-of-a-kind model, made only for Maximilian Galactica, which means Acro. But you've been fibbing on the stand. Order, order. As always, it looks like someone just had to open their mouth before thinking. You okay, Nick? Well, I opened my big mouth, and now I have to back it up. How about it, Mr. Wright? What would cause this witness to commit perjury in this court today? Oh, man. I mean, he wasn't dreaming. He's pretty definitely the real culprit. I don't know if he has a grudge against Max. He probably does, since... Well, I don't know. But, like, how do we back this? Well, screw it. In for a penny. Your Honor. On this occasion, the defense accuses Acro himself. On this occasion? Accuses Acro? What in the world are you accusing him of? Obviously, we accuse him of the murder of Mr. Russell Berry. Mr. Wright, are you serious? Deadly serious, Your Honor. Aha! Think your trips to the circus have served you well. You seem to have learned how to try and grab an audience's heart and minds. Your Honor, don't allow yourself to be swayed by theatrics. Trying to wow the crowd with smoke and mirrors is the oldest bluff in the book. Really? If you don't believe me, just look at the witness. The birds are actually all like accomplices to the murder. He's calm enough for it to almost be scary. He's staying rather calm and collected. Mr. Dingling, do you have any response to the defense's accusation? I don't really need to say a thing, do I? What do you mean? Everyone, take a good look at me. I can't even stand up by myself, let alone leave the lodging house. That's true. I understand that Mr. Wright is just trying to help his client. To do this by accusing me of a murder of all things. See, even a sliver of common sense makes it clear the accusation is ludicrous. She says while she's defending a flying man. She's defending that a man went flying. She's like, this guy couldn't have done anything. Wheelchair. But that man flew. She's right. Way to pick on the disabled, you heartless, cruel man. Phoenix is a poopy head. See that, Mr. Phoenix Wright? You're trying to drum up support from the peanut gallery. That's how you do it. I think that's enough of this little game. Got a doctor's note to confirm that Acro is unable to stand under his own power. Maybe the defense is planning on making a claim to counter this as well. You can hear the defense now. Acro had an accomplice. What do you say about this, Mr. Wright? Did Acro have an accomplice? Let's save. I don't think he did. I really don't think he did. Now then, this must be when we get to hear the name of the mystery accomplice. Not this time, Von Karma. What? You're not going to sucker me into this one. What are you blabbering about, Mr. Wright? There was no accomplice. Acro planned and committed this murder all by himself. Order, order! What are you getting at? We can keep them on their toes, Nick. I'm gonna have to prove how it all fits together. I have to show how Acro murdered Russell Berry. Can you do it, Nick? Can you really do that? You know what I can't do? Can't stop now. If I stop attacking, I'm doomed. Alright, let's do it. Mr. Phoenix Wright. If this witness is the killer, then his eyewitness account is all lies, right? Mr. Wright, I'd like you to clear something up for me. When the crime was committed, exactly where was Mr. Dingling? He couldn't leave his room without help. He was obviously here the entire time. That's Acro's room? Pretty simple, eh? Acro wasn't able to leave the lodging house by himself. In that case, there can be only one correct answer. Acro didn't leave his room to kill the ringmaster. What? Are you nuts? What say you, Mr. Dingling? An interesting theory. That's it? Considering that what you propose is impossible, yes, that's it. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor? As the witness has stated, your assertion is impossible. As he is in a wheelchair, there's no way he could go to the scene or be the killer. You got a point. Seems you've forgotten once again, Mr. Phoenix Wright. The defendant was clearly spotted at the scene of the crime. It's true. No, the defendant wasn't. Alright, whatever. Mo said that he saw Max, didn't he? Why, it's still impossible for humans to fly. Do you mind if I ask a question, Mr. Wright? What is it? I understand some of your logic. However, how do you think that I killed him? Spooky murder birds. If I can't leave my room, I obviously couldn't wear Max's costume. How did he do it? That's the next course of this legal buffet. Be careful, Nick. If you mess up here... She's right, I can't mess up here. Gotta give this one some serious thought. Sure that Acro killed the ringmaster. He did it while he was in his room, no doubt about it. You enlighten us as to how Mr. Dingling committed the crime, Mr. Wright. I have a definite good idea. It's just a matter. I think the bust is what we present, but I'm not sure if that's what they want at this point. I don't know if that's what they're looking for. Committed the crime. I think the max bust is the murder weapon. That they just dressed up with the stuff. And he basically tied it to fishing wire, dropped it on him, and then reeled it back up, and that's why it was flying. But the only evidence I can think to present for that is the bust. I'm not sure if that's the correct evidence. Like, I think I have an idea of what went down, but I'm unsure as to the logic they want from me. I'm going to present some evidence. What did Mr. Dingling use to commit the crime of murder? Okay, cool. With that phrasing, it's the bust. What's that? A picture? Yes, indeed. The problem is with the item that's shown in the picture. The bust. It's quite a large bust, and because it is life-sized, it is also very, very heavy. Heavy? Heavy enough to guarantee a certain death, especially if it was dropped from a third-story window. Oh. See, this is how Acro was able to kill the Ringmaster, with the force of gravity and Maximilian Galactica's ample bust. Order, order!
A real
He's
set of
saying the
badonkers.
bust fell into the Ringmaster. A simple crime. Yeah, he got milk crushed. Rather simple crime. Even if he were stuck in a wheelchair, it would be incredibly easy to commit. Oh, also, 7th, I saw Christina B yesterday, but also didn't get to actually. The line for her was so crazy that it was more of a saw her booth as I passed by, because the line was like an hour plus wait, and I couldn't make my brother and nephew wait that long. So like, saw in quotation marks. Gotta help. So, yeah, no worries. Get some rest ramen. See you around. Thanks for hopping by. I hope this goes down. Like, she was there, but like I couldn't ask them to wait in line for that one. Just couldn't. Hopefully she'll show up at a con like ConnectiCon that has more manageable lines, or where I can go on my own effectively and not worry about like ruining someone else's con experience. Hey, ramen with the 6 months in advance. Guess you escaped jail, I suppose. Thank you so much for heckin' 71 months. The bread ran out literally just now. You must have like had to go to bed one other night too, and that's when the sub had run out and somebody had like sniped it as you left. Well, thank you very much. Much appreciated. 71 months is huge, but also definitely rest up. I hope you have a good rest and a good week. Even if you were stuck in a wheelchair, it would be incredibly easy to commit. How could you possibly wheel a wheelchair with something so heavy? It's impossible. It's not like wheels work that way. Well, Acro's an acrobat. You should have more than enough upper body strength to carry something like the bust. Mr. Dingling, how do you respond to these charges? Acro's at a loss for words. He should be. He knows that I'm getting close to the truth. Well, 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 Acro. You can't run away from things. Ow! I'd watch what I say if I were you, Mr. Phoenix Wright. What? Your Honor, the physical health of the witness is material to this case. I demand that we get proper testimony from the witness himself. Testimony, you say? Karma. He's just using this testimony as a ruse to stall for time. There's absolutely no need for such testimony. Which is now the master of his own destiny now. They have escaped prison. They can live their life free while imprisoning others, you know. The defense has its version of the murder. The prosecution has the right to respond. The defense's objection is overruled. Why can't he see things my way once in a while? Mr. Dingling, I'm sorry, but we need you to testify about your physical condition. If you have any doubts about your ability to testify, we can request expert testimony. The witness will have no problems. However, let's all be respectful towards him. Thank you. One will sink to any low to win a case. Yes, you knew this, though. Needs a hand. Oh, yeah. Suppose I could have lifted something the size of that bust. I have a strong upper body from working as an acrobat, and only my legs were injured. However, lifting the bust and looking out of the window would have been impossible. There's no way I could have exerted that kind of force on my lower body. That makes it impossible for me to have known the location of the ringmaster's head. Thus, it would be unrealistic for me to drop the bust on him, don't you think? Okay, yeah, that I haven't figured out quite yet, but that's fine. I have no doubts in regard to this witness's testimony. It was impossible for him to lift the bust and stick himself out far enough to look. Not to mention that he could not have known the location of the ringmaster's head. A single false step would have led to even more severe injuries. That's what I was thinking. What is your opinion on the matter, Mr. Wright? Still like to proceed with my cross-examination. He's simply stalling. It's shameful. No, but what you're doing is... it's shameful, really. Can't let her get to me. I've got to focus. Alright. Saving again. Very paranoid about this. Have you ever lifted up the bust before? No, I've never actually lifted it up with my own two hands. But I should get to it, don't you think? Can't let money outdo me on this. Money? Crazy Monkey has lifted Max's bust before? Please continue with the testimony, Mr. Dingling. So what have you been doing to keep in shape? Well, honestly, I've given up on training. I don't have any plans to return to the trapeze or the tightrope. Don't say. But, no offense, I'm not worried about losing to you in a race or anything. Neither am I, Mr. Phoenix Wright. I wouldn't lose either, Slowpoke. I mean, Nick. Whoa, whoa, whoa! How did the discussion turn to me all of a sudden? Suppose you could say that I'm stronger than the average bear. And why is that? Because if I were to do that, I'd end up falling out of the window myself. Your Honor, I can see that his muscles are still massive. I haven't gotten very much feeling back in my legs yet. Couldn't have thrown that bust out of the window. How long do you think your recovery will take? You have to remember that my nerves were severely damaged. I'm currently undergoing some extremely intensive rehabilitation, but it's still going to take a while before I'm back to 100%. Let me remind you of another very important point. If the witness was carrying the bust, he would not be able to see out below the window. Why do you say it would be impossible? Allow me to explain. You accept that if I was carrying the bust, I couldn't see out below the window. Thus, there's no way that I would know the location of the ringmaster's head. Well, suppose you got a point. Hey, Nick? What if you turned things around? Maybe if you think of it sort of like this. If you knew the location of the ringmaster's head, then he could drop the bust. Does make sense. Only I could prove somehow. Acro knew the location of the ringmaster's head without looking down. We've already explained things sufficiently. If all you had to do was drop it, then it wouldn't have been a problem at all. All I had to do was drop it. You're right, I could have done that. However, there's no way that I could land a direct hit on the ringmaster's head. So that kind of makes your theory a bit pointless, doesn't it, Mr. Wright? He was strong enough to lift up the bust. The main problem is how he could have aimed for the ringmaster's head. I wonder if he used some kind of tool to aim for the ringmaster. That's the ticket, Nick. Show them what you got. I have to be careful. I have to find something that fits perfectly with the case. I don't remember us finding any sort of tool. Maybe we overlooked something. It's gotta be this one. And it's gotta be the picture of him slumped over the... Or maybe not the picture of him slumped over it, but the actual... wooden box. Forgot that we had the actual wooden box too. Acro. You didn't really need to lean out of the window, did you? What are you driving at, Mr. Wright? You already knew ahead of time where the ringmaster's head was going to be. Quite precisely, I might add. You're silly hinting at things is pointless, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Enough stalling, how about you show us some evidence? But I did such a good job hinting. Yes. Hurry up and explain things, Mr. Wright. Maybe you should take a look at this. The key point here is the wooden box. The same wooden box that the victim was found hunched over. Same. The question is, who placed the wooden box here? Who? When Ben and company saw the ringmaster, they didn't see him holding the box, which means that this wooden box was already placed at the scene of the crime. I have to admit that your theory makes a lot of sense. The moment that the bust came falling down was exactly the same moment that the ringmaster lifted up this wooden box. Which means that the answer to all these questions is now crystal clear. You mean, if the bust were to fall upon the point marked out by the wooden box, there'd be no way that it could miss the head of the victim. No. Order. This is unbelievable. Finally, some of these loose ends are starting to tie themselves up. Now I just gotta keep going. There's only one way to go from here. Forward. So the next question I have is, who placed that wooden box at the scene? It was Mr. Dingling, of course. He connected it to a rope, and then all he had to do was lower it down. Ow. Allow me to whip some sense into you. Mr. Phoenix Wright! Ow! The ringmaster's head could have been anywhere when he lifted the box. That's why the box was so specially made. Specially made? Indeed. It had the most peculiar feature, the weight of the box. The box has a remarkable weight. According to the court record, it weighs 20 pounds. Just to lift up this wooden box would have required... Oh, I see. One would have to squat down, then lift it up with their body, wouldn't you say? That's exactly what I was trying to point out. The box is also very large. The box also has carrying handles on either side, doesn't it? That is correct. To lift up the box, you'd have to squat down. Which means that no matter who you are, your head would be in approximately the same place. Does he even bother to listen to me anymore? I've heard what you've had to say. I must admit, I'm shocked at your imaginative skills. Did you do it? Did you place the wooden box in the plaza? Mr. Wright may have a vivid imagination, but I could never have done what he's proposing. What? Mr. Wright, do you recall the original location of Max's bust? Yes. Of course I remember. It's on top of the table in the cafeteria. And what happened to it? I'd like you to remember one important fact, Mr. Wright. I could not possibly leave the lodging house by myself. Ah, that means... You understand what I mean, don't you? I may very well have been able to drop the bust from my room. However, how would I have gotten the bust from the cafeteria to my room? Well, you already implied that the monkey lifted it once, so probably the monkey. You see, Mr. Phoenix Wright, explain that. Don't forget, you said there was no accomplice. Tell us exactly how the witness would have carried the bust from the cafeteria. Yep, we definitely have a problem here. This is no place to get perplexed. Gotta get my wits about me, prove how things happened once and for all. Right, Mr. Wright, let's hear your explanation. Be safe. How did the witness get the bust from the cafeteria back to his room? It's gotta be the monkey. It's gotta be. It has to be. A monkey? Everyone knows money. He loves shiny objects of any size. Oh, like when he stole the ventriloquist ring. So, are you saying the witness had a monkey steal the bust? Of course he didn't order the monkey to steal it. The monkey stole it on his own, and then brought it back home. Home? Money lives in Acro's room. Acro's room? But the bust was bronze, wasn't it? Bronze isn't all that shiny. Maybe you should put the whip down sometimes and read the court record. Oh, that was pretty good, actually. My, those are some very nice cards he's holding. Yes, and they're made of platinum, which is very shiny. Acro? Money is a strong monkey, right? It'd be easy for him to bring the bust back to your room. If he wasn't able to handle that himself, I'd be on the market for a new roommate. I mean, I'm assuming she means because this is like bronze that is already oxidized to green. And I guess after that it is less shiny. Definitely fresh bronze, for sure. But this is clearly oxidized, just by the picture. Order! Order! I said order! Miss Von Karma! Also, Judge is going to listen to whatever she says anyway, so it doesn't matter whether she makes sense or not. Where is the bust in question at this moment? I don't know. Searching for it as we speak. This is a rather strange turn of events. But let's say that the monkey had not stolen the bust. What would have happened then? Well, in that event, something else would have been used as the murder weapon. Wait. And you mean this bust was the murder weapon purely by accident? It's possible. Maybe Acro saw Money's mountain of stolen goods and thought to use one of them. Anyways, I think we've more than proven one critical fact. Namely, that it was entirely possible that Acro was the murderer. Moron. Moron. Mr. Wright's argument was so circular, I'm still a bit dizzy. However, his argument does hold water. There's no denying that. Ow! Don't seem so flamboozled, especially by this fraud of an attorney. Fraud? You've forgotten the absolute most important thing, Mr. Phoenix Wright. What is that? You should know. You forgot that your fraud of a magical client was spotted at the scene of the crime. There's no reason to doubt the clown's testimony. That's true. How do you respond to that, Mr. Wright? Hey, don't let her beat you now. Oh, this is my chance to turn this trial around. When the murder occurred, there were two people at the scene of the crime. One was the victim, Russell Berry, and the other was the murderer himself. Answer this and only this, Mr. Phoenix. Save your game, and only your game. Who was the murderer the clown saw? I want to say it's the bust. I want to say it's the bust and that he found a way to reel it back up, but it might not be the case. Objection! Because it's very heavy. And, like, that's definitely my initial thoughts on it, but I'm second-guessing myself now. But if it's not that, then I don't know who it would be. Nobody else should have been out there. It's definitely just the hat. I'm going for this. My gut tells me it's this. I'm going for it. I'm bracing it. You saw Max's boot. Ow! I asked who was the other person Mo saw on the scene. That evidence has nothing to do with the question. Au contraire, mon frère. It does indeed have something to do with the question. Mo said that he saw Max's silhouette. But he did not actually see the man himself. It wasn't a human being he saw. How is that possible? It's simple, really. What Mo actually saw that night was Max's bust. His massive, heavy bust. What are you talking about? Have you tried using your brain at all in this case? The silhouette he saw was wearing a cloak. There's no reason why you couldn't attach a cloak to the bust. It would be easy to hang one off the cards in the bust's hands. Idiot, who in the right mind would put a cloak on a bust? I always forget how deep Von Karma's objection is. It's just a powerful one. It doesn't matter who put it on the bust. Wait a minute now, Mr. Wright. Who put the cloak on the bust? That question is of the utmost importance in this case, don't you agree? Don't! He caught me! So let's have it, Mr. Wright. This one, I don't know. If we go with the fact that the ringmaster was wearing it on his way to the thing, and then throw the bust out the window, who attached it to the bust? Who put the cloak on the bust? I don't know. Yeah, no, that's unaltered. That's how deep Manfred von Karma's objection is. It's insane. If he didn't have an accomplice, it's got to be either him or the monkey. If we go with the he didn't have an accomplice, it has to have been him. But how? The monkey would take the... I'm gonna... Screw it. Wonder, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Didn't the defendant wear his cloak the entire time he was at practice? So then how did this person get a hold of the cloak? Well, furthermore, how would this person have gotten the cloak onto the bust, I wonder? Okay, yeah. Because this person was not spotted at the scene. I'm sorry. Okay. We made it this far into this case without taking damage from a wrong choice, I'd like to point out. We've made it this far into this case without a damage from a wrong choice. The damage we sustained in the other one was just because I literally pressed somebody when they were like, don't press them. And I was like, poop. When she's so nice about telling me I'm wrong, it hurts even more. Ow! Famous Von Karma carrot and whip approach. Let's have it, Mr. Wright. Who put the cloak in the bust? Only one other person who was at the scene. Oh, him? He's the only other person at the scene. You're saying it was the victim himself, Russell Berry? That's what I'm saying. The victim himself placed the cloak on the bust. Placed the cloak? Isn't that the right way of putting it? What would be the right way of putting it, Mr. Wright? Explain yourself. Nick, do you really have a handle on all of this? Oh, fine, Maya. I'm finally putting all the pieces together. There's really only one picture I can paint anyways. Alright. So you want to know what really happened that night? Let's step back in time. Acro used a rope to lower the wooden box under the sink. Then he attached that rope to the bust, and dangled the bust out of his bedroom window directly above the wooden box. At the same time, the ringmaster told Max to wait in his room and went to the scene. Of course, at that time the ringmaster was wearing Max's costume. Perhaps he didn't want anyone to recognize him that night. But just as he feared, he was spotted at the entrance of the lodging house, by none other than a ventriloquist and his puppet, Ben Intrillo. The ringmaster arrived at the scene. He bent over to lift the wooden box. That's when Acro took his chance and released the rope. Now this is when the magic happens. The very instant that the bust hit the victim, yeah, it's fine. Don't worry about it. I guess this definitely explains why there was a hat on the scene, but also a hat flying away. You wait just a second there, Mr. Phoenix Wright. As much as you try, as much as you scheme, this just isn't true. It can't be. Still a little early to be getting so upset, Miss Von Karma. This circus isn't over yet. But... the impact of the bust on the victim threw the cloak up, which snagged onto the bust. That impact also caused the sound a certain witness heard, prompting him to take a look. That witness was, of course, Lawrence Moe Curls, the clown. I'm also just realizing that Ben Trillo sounds like Ben Trillo. I knew Trilloquist. Ben, got it. When Moe looked at his window, the cloak had already snagged onto the bust. Now, having completed the crime, Acro naturally went about pulling up the murder weapon. Of course, he had no idea that Moe saw the bust being raised with the cloak dangling out. Primarily because, in his wheelchair, he couldn't see out of his window, so he just kept pulling the bust up. And that is how the magical murderer disappearing into the sky came to be. So you see, the only person who could have pulled this off is the one person who was able to drop the murder weapon from above the crime scene. Acro, it could only have been you. This guy's on a lot of... Acro's been playing mind games with all of us. Sure has. He's come to the end of his rope now. So, what now? Graced us with a rather long-winded tale. But do you have any evidence to prove that your fairy tale is true? Evidence? In this court, only two things matter. My manipulation of this court and evidence. The power of evidence and the power... Oh, wow, she did... I was joking, but she said the quiet part out loud. Okay. Don't forget the power of my gavel as well. Mr. Wright, the prosecution brings up a good point. Can we see some evidence? Nick, they say they want evidence. Explained how there can only be one possible murder method. There is still something unusual about Mo's eyewitness account. Unusual? Contradiction, actually. Okay then, use that and get out of this jam. Enough talking amongst yourselves. Proceed, Mr. Wright. Present some evidence to the court that backs your claims. Oh, well. Excuse me. I want hard proof that you'll unravel the trick to this magic case. What was the heckin'... Something in Mo's testimony? No idea. Don't remember the thing in his testimony that stuck out as crazy odd. He said he heard the thump, he looked out, he saw the thing lifting up. No footprints. What else? We haven't had to use those, but also I don't think it matters. That he didn't see the roses? I don't know if that matters. I don't know. Every other one I've had at least some idea. I don't know. Made it so far in this case, doing pretty decently. Don't know. Oh, is it? No. I mean, this probably, but that's like... This is definitely important as to how he got there, but I don't know if that... How would that interact with Mo's testimony at all? I don't think so. Nope. Okay, cool. Cool. Now, what evidence? Something unusual about Mo's eyewitness account. What was unusual about Mo's eyewitness account? Contradiction of Mo's eyewitness account. No idea. I was about to say, the only thing he didn't see was the roses. This wasn't a shotgun, this was... I really thought it was this, but I also was not very sure, I'll admit. Problem is Max's 3 symbols. You know, the silk hat, the cloak, and the white roses. The symbols were a problem numerous times during yesterday's proceedings. Yesterday, there were 2 contradictions in Mo's testimony. The silk hat was one, the white roses were the other. But the theory I just presented explains all of these contradictions. Do you ever shut up? Max's silk hat was found at the scene of the crime. Oh, okay, yeah, so that's how the hat could be there and flying. I mentioned that earlier. However, remember what Mo said yesterday. He testified that the criminal he saw fleeing the scene was wearing a silk hat. There's only one explanation for that. The silk hat that Mo saw was actually the bust's. Makes sense. If you look at it that way, then he did see the silk hat. Well, sort of. Fine, you've got one, but what about the other contradiction? The other contradiction? Remember what that ventriloquist said in court. He said he witnessed white roses on Max's chest that night, but the clown's testimony didn't match. The clown said that there were no white roses. I'd like you to see you try and explain that one away. Can you do it, Nick? Of course, I can explain all of it. What was that? Please recall the instant when the cloak snagged onto the bust. If the cloak snagged onto the bust, what happened to the white roses? You get it yet? If the cloak got snagged onto the front of the bust, it means that the white roses would end up on the back of the bust. Oh. Which explains why Mo didn't see them. The white roses were not visible because they were on the back side of the bust. Alright, sure, yeah. Works well enough. Order! Order! This is quite the shocking state of affairs. Mr. Wright's theory still sounds a bit absurd to me. However, let's just keep going down this road for a while and see where it leads. Let's do this, Nick. Then maybe Von Karma will finally throw in the towel. Well, so much for that theory. Mr. Wright, do you mind? What is it? You took the time to research our circus, didn't you? Well, yes, I did. Is there something making you think that I didn't? If you did, then maybe you'd understand why I think you're off track. Why is that? Motive. This witness feels an incredible debt of gratitude towards the ringmaster. Anyone with any relation to the circus is well aware of this. So there's absolutely no way someone like this would kill the ringmaster. You say, Your Honor, I'd like you to hear Acro's story. Learn about his relationship with the ringmaster and his life up until now. What do we do? There's no doubting that Acro deeply respected the ringmaster. Its motive. Seems that this case isn't over yet. Very well. However, I feel this is a good place to take a break. We'll listen to the rest of Mr. Dingling's testimony after recess. Yeah, I think we can make it. The court will now take a 10-minute recess. I think we might go over a few minutes, but I'd rather wrap this up if we can. We seem to be approaching the end of it. I'm mad that I lost 2 HPs. I was doing pretty well, but not perfectly. It would have been really great if I could have pulled this off without a mistake, but I'm pretty happy about it, considering this is the hardest case. Mind you, we're not done with it. We ain't done with it yet, but I'm pretty happy with how I've been doing. Believe it, Acro. It's pretty shocking, isn't it? It definitely is, and to think he was always the most straightforward of the group. Beavis, am I that hated? Acro tried to pin the murder on you on purpose. He did? But I'm nothing but a little old nobody, you know? But you're not, which is kind of the reason why. Hey, pal! You gonna ignore me after I went to all this trouble to bring you some evidence? Ah, Detective Gumshoe. Forget it, I'm going home. This guy deserves to be guilty anyway. Now, Detective. I'm sorry. Look, why don't you relax a little? I got some really tasty milk. How about a card trick, Detective? Oh, well, if you insist. And about that evidence you mentioned, what is it? Here you go. Huh? This was yesterday in Acro's room. Yep, and I've included the forensic results. Take a look at it later. Won't Miss Von Karma be mad that you're doing this? That's why this is all a secret, pal. Huh? Look, details are on a need-to-know basis, and we're not really allies or anything. But everything that's happened in court up until now has gone according to our plan. Oh no, Miss Von Karma didn't seem to control the things in there just now. You'll figure it out eventually, pal. Yesterday, our final plans were set in motion. Final plans? That reminds me, I got a message from the prosecutor for you. Nothing is ever truly decided until the very end. That's it. And that's it for me too, pal. I'm out of here. What do you mean by that, the very end part? Not sure. It's all pretty cryptic to me. Oh, one more thing! Don't scare me like that. Looks like there's a large care package from the circus for the defendant. What? From me? It's milk. The reception area looks like some kind of dairy. So hurry up and drink it all before it spoils. An entire dairy's worth of milk for me. December 30th, 2:27 p.m., courtroom number 2. court is now back in session. Miss Von Karma, please continue from where you left off. I'd like to continue with Acro's testimony, starting with his relationship to the victim. I'd also like to get proof from the defense. Proof of what kind of motive Acro would have to commit this crime. Understood. Now, Mr. Dingling. Yes, Your Honor. Please proceed with your testimony. When we get to the motive. Wait, Nick, are you okay? Just do me a favor and don't ask questions you don't want the answer to. About the ringmaster. When we were little, we were abandoned by our parents. That's when the ringmaster of the Berry Big Circus, Russell Berry, took us in. I became an acrobat at around 9 years old. I wanted to find a way to repay the ringmaster. That's my sole purpose in life. Oh, okay. Such a thoughtful young man. As you heard, the witness deeply respected the victim. I wonder how anyone could think that Acro would kill the man he held in such esteem. You're absolutely right. How could anyone think that, Mr. Wright? That's why there's no real need for a cross-examination, is there? Actually, that's the question I'm trying to answer myself. Why would Acro kill the ringmaster? This might be my last chance to answer the question. Of course I'll cross-examine! The defense has a right to cross-examine the witness. You're so tactless, Mr. Phoenix Wright. You don't care about justice, do you? You just want to fabricate a motive. Very well, Mr. Wright. Cross-examine the witness. Alright, let's go with it. Just in case they penalize me for asking questions again. We? Yes, my brother Sean and I. You have a brother? How old were you when this happened, Acro? I was 8 years old, and my brother was 4. Your parents were very cruel, weren't they? Nowadays, we aren't bitter about what happened to us, because it allowed us to meet the wonderful people at the Berry Big Circus. Nick, the judge is getting misty-eyed. Got a soft spot for sob stories, it looks like. Oh. No crying in court. Let's keep going. The witness may proceed with his testimony. How would you describe your relationship with the ringmaster? It's like an uncle, a father, and a big brother all rolled into one. The ringmaster and my brother were the only family I had. What about other people at the circus? This was over 15 years ago. Back then, there were very few customers coming in, so no one really had the time to look after us. They were worried about other things. But the ringmaster, he would always come to see us with a laugh and a smile. What a beautiful story. That's why I was always thinking of what I could do to help. I wanted to thank him. Excuse me. Nick, isn't Acro such a wonderful person? No. Seems like a nice guy. This is what makes this so difficult. And so how long have you been a performer? You started off as an acrobat at that early of an age? I begged the ringmaster until he finally agreed to let me do it. Ever since then, I've been in incredible physical shape. Also when I decided to form a group with my brother. We called ourselves the Flying Dinglingberries. Nearly a household name. I've even heard of them in Germany. The point is that I wanted to be of some use to the circus. You're truly a remarkable young man. The judge keeps looking at Acro almost like a proud father. Do you ever have any trouble with the ringmaster? Ow! How could you ask such a thing, Mr. Phoenix Wright? You have some sort of fundamental misunderstanding of this witness's testimony, or the heartfelt emotions contained within. You better think about this, Mr. Phoenix Wright. You better think hard. Ow! Ow! No matter how you look at it, there's no way I could see this witness ever taking the victim's life. Exactly. Been waiting for you to say that, Your Honor. Nick, I hate to say it, but I agree with them. I was trying to chase down the truth, but I ended up just looking like a jerk. I think that will be enough for now. Pondering whether or not this man would kill the ringmaster leads me to believe that it is pretty unlikely. Exactly right, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, I'd like to ask you a question. Go ahead, Your Honor. I would just like to know, can you provide an explanation as to why Acro would want the ringmaster dead? No. Nick? Yeah, didn't even have to think about it. It was obvious from the start. Your Honor, the reason that Acro killed the ringmaster is something that can't be proven. What? It's because Acro had no reason to kill the ringmaster at all. Ow! You foolish attempts to fool us like foolish fools are so foolhardily foolish. Did you forget? You made an accusation against this witness, did you not? I believe it was This is the real killer of Russell Berry, Ringmaster. Ooh, I gotta have... There was, at the con yesterday, there was a Excalibur from Soul Calibur, which was wonderful. As soon as I saw Fool, I was like, oh, I should do the Fool, the Baka from Soul Calibur. Yeah. No, there was an actual Excalibur. I haven't seen Excalibur cosplay in... I've only ever seen one before, so it's amazing. They had a Stein, too. I liked my Stein a little better, but to be fair, their undershirt was better. If we wanted to jump to the end of things, then yes, that sounds about right. The end of things? Acro. You didn't plan to kill the Ringmaster after all, did you? The Ringmaster wasn't your target that night. What did you just say? Saying that the target of this witness's murderous plot was not the Ringmaster. Because it was never his intention to kill Russell Berry to begin with. What? Order, order. I don't care who it is. Smack anyone who's loud in the face. Twice if you must. Mr. Wright, what in the world are you trying to do to my court? Oh, Mr. Phoenix Wright, what in the world are you trying to do to his court? Are you attempting to imply that Acro is trying to kill someone else? I mean, are you asking the person? Because, like, yes. Regina Berry? This young girl is the Ringmaster's daughter, correct? Acro? You were really aiming for her that night, weren't you? You don't need to answer that. It's a mean-spirited leading question. You could easily answer this question. If I'm wrong, all I have to say is, you're wrong. That's it. That's it, huh, Mr. Phoenix Wright? No, Mr. Wright, allow me to... Ow! The only thing allowed to interrupt me is death itself. Jeez. Huh? That goes for you too, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Show me evidence now. Want to know why Acro would want to kill Regina Berry? Yes, me too. I demand to see some proof. Is that evidence that proves Acro was out to kill this young girl? Acro, you remember this, don't you? It's a piece of paper that we found inside the Ringmaster's tailcoat. At the victim's tailcoat. Acro wrote this note. It's ironically entitled, To the Murderer. Its purpose was to call someone to the plaza at 10 p.m. So you're saying that he called Russell Berry with that note? Yes, but there's just one little problem. Problem? Acro did indeed place this note into someone's pocket. However, that someone was not the Ringmaster. You mean it wasn't for the... That's exactly what I mean. The person this note was intended for was none other than Regina Berry. Order, order! Mr. Wright, this little theory of yours. It's the truth, Your Honor. It isn't a theory. Simply put, Regina didn't think the note was meant for her, which is why, the morning of the crime, she placed it on the cafeteria bulletin board. That's when her father, the Ringmaster, saw the note. That's correct. The Ringmaster ended up in that plaza instead of Regina. And he was killed because of that mistake. Instead of Regina. That's incredible. Remember the testimony that Acro gave us earlier today?
Looking at the window would have been impossible. There's no way I could have exceeded the kind of force on my body. But how to do that, I ended up falling out the window myself.
Acro had no idea who it was that arrived in the plaza, because he couldn't look down out of the window to see who it actually was. Got it, I've got it! Acro thought it was Regina down in the plaza, and that's when he let the bust fly. Hey, Nick? Isn't Regina listening to all of this from the audience? She is. Unfortunately, it's only going to get harsher from here. Hope Regina can handle it. Yeah, about to get a massive life lesson. Acro wrote this note to Regina. Foolishly foolish fool with foolishly foolish fool ideas of foolish tomfoolery. You're so foolish you've even made me sound like a foolhardy fool. Very well, Mr. Phoenix Wright, if you're so sure, then tell us about this line. I have conclusive evidence of what took place. Yes, what about that line? Well, if the note was meant for Regina Berry, it would mean that this note is declaring that Regina Berry is a murderer. Just don't get it, do you? What? What did you just say? The Ringmaster knew what the note meant, which is why he went to the plaza, in place of his lovely daughter. Hold on right there, Mr. Wright. What is this incident that is alluded to in the note? An incident 6 months ago. I have no idea. I know all about it. An incident occurred 6 months ago, and now I am more than ready to show this court what happened at that time. Moron. Wait, are you sure that it relates to this present case? Yes, indeed, Your Honor. Everything in this case has its start in what happened 6 months ago. Really, Nick? I think so. Well then, if that's the case, hurry up and tell us about it. What is this conclusive evidence mentioned in the note? I know I'd certainly like to know what it is. In answer to that question, the judge is going to think I'm bluffing. Conclusive evidence about this incident 6 months ago is actually... Save here. I mean, the pepper was inside the box. But clearly, I don't know which one they want us to show. I know it is one of these two, and I'm gonna say it's the scarf. It could be the pepper. It could be the pepper. I'm gonna risk it on the biscuit. Damn it! What? This is it? Well, damn it. Kind of figured that I tried to get rid of evidence. Ha! I know what they're trying to go for, but I got the wrong one. Well, now it's do or die then. Then it's the pepper, obviously. Achoo! 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 What kind of spicy joke is this, Mr. Phoenix Wright? I should have... I was second-guessing myself. My first thought was the pepper, but then I was like, no, it could also be that I should have stuck with my gut reaction. It isn't a joke at all. It's the decisive evidence you asked for. What do you mean? Recall that the victim was trying to take the wooden box away with him. He was doing so because this piece of decisive evidence is what was inside. Another unbelievable conclusion. Very well, Mr. Wright. So what exactly are you saying? Are you claiming Regina Berry killed someone with a small bottle of pepper? Taking the note into account, that's the only logical conclusion you can draw. Foolish fool who never tires of his own foolish ways. If you're so sure, Mr. Phoenix Wright, then answer this question. Who was Regina Berry's intended victim? What is this? That is Acro's younger brother. What does this prove? His younger brother isn't dead. Technically, that's true. However, Bat has been in a coma for 6 months now. Not a stretch to see how Acro could feel that his brother is dead. Gina, she did that to him? You spend your entire life dreaming up new ways to be a fool. Naturally, the prosecution has looked into Acro's brother, Sean Dingling. 6 months ago, he was bit by a lion and fell to his current comatose state. A lion? Regina, I mean Miss Regina Berry, is an animal tamer by trade. Excuse me. However, no tamed animals in that position is ever trained to attack another human. They wouldn't understand the command. Moreover, Miss Regina could never do something like that. It's just not in her. And what happened to Acro's brother? He's not the victim of an attempted murder. He's the victim of an accident. See, what do we do? No one seems to be going along with your theory. Do you think what happened to Bat was actually an accident? It was more than that. The lion biting Bat was no accident at all. What? You're such an amateur, Mr. Phoenix Wright. There's no way that Regina would ever incite her lion to attack another human being. She may not have incited the lion to attack another human being, but Regina is responsible for making the lion bite Acro's brother Bat. That's just a scarf, Acro. This scarf is something that Bat used to wear, correct? That's right. And who's the one that gave this scarf to Bat? Regina. Regina gave it to him. Regina? There's something more than just blood in the scarf, Your Honor. And what might that be? Pepper. 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 Regina gave the scarf to Bat right before the accident, and she covered it with as much pepper as she could. Hey, what's with the silent treatment? Excuse Excuse me, Mr. Wright. You've done a good job of fingering a criminal. But, out of curiosity, what was her crime? Miss Berry gave a pepper-covered scarf to Bat as a present. Where's the crime in that? Still seems like the judge just doesn't get it. Mr. Phoenix, right. Wasn't it said that the lion seemed to be smiling? Smiling? The lion was smiling, right before Bat was bit by the lion. For a moment, the lion's mouth changed and it looked like he was smiling. Lions smile? Never heard of them smiling, however. Lions sneeze. Oh, oh. Leon wasn't trying to bite Bat at all. In reality, all he actually did was sneeze. A little bit of blood. Well, you know, smidgen. He sneezed because of all the pepper on the scarf. What? You fool. You've got to be kidding me. What's the matter, Miss Von Karma? I object. For objection's sake. Mr. Phoenix, right, this theory, you believe it? You really intend to say that this is how this joke of an accident actually happened? Of course I do. It's the truth. The lion sneezed due to the pepper, and that's when Bat lost consciousness. Acro nearly lost his brother due to this accident, or this joke as you put it. Which is why he tried to get his revenge against Regina. You foolish idiot. It almost does seem like a terrible joke, doesn't it? Once again, I'm impressed by your imagination, Mr. Wright. Think that there's someone who treats this accident with the respect it deserves. Are you telling me that what I said was true? Acro? You can't mean witness. Are you confirming the defense's claim? Mr. Wright, unfortunately, your imagination is not enough to find me guilty of murder. What do you mean by that? The pepper, scarf, the lion. I see where you're going, but it's a bit hard to swallow. Not to mention the fact that there's an even bigger problem with your theory. What would that problem be? The same problem it's always been. Evidence. If I dropped Max's bust on top of the ringmaster, where is the evidence that proves that claim? I mean the conclusive evidence. The biggest problem is this murder weapon, or the lack thereof, to be more precise. Murder weapon. The bust that the defense claims was used. That would be found in Acro's room, and if it was covered with the victim's blood, that would be awfully conclusive in my eyes. Yes, it would be. But she went up there first. Yeah. Bust, yeah, she went up there first before we did, so if it was there, it ain't anymore. Nick, you gotta do something. This is the last step. If I get this one right, the case is won. It won't matter because she went up there before we did. I think we should still request a search, but I kind of want to pick this just to see how it works. Might be worthwhile to search Acro's room, but why aren't you going to search his room? Like you finally figured things out, didn't you? Now you know the true meaning of Von Karma yeah, you cheated. I guess. I figured with you, that's the least I should expect. You'd leave no stone unturned. Von Karma never leaves anything to chance. We already searched Acro's room yesterday. What did you find? There's no reason to even say it. If we found what you think we found in that room, Acro would not be here as a witness, and he would be, just... But to put a point on it, Max's bust was not in the room. The murder weapon is still unaccounted for. You see, Mr. Wright? The bust wasn't in my room. Furthermore, Detective Dick Gumshoe executed the search by complete surprise, and we took Acro directly to the prosecutor's office after that. End of story. Just wait a second, something's funny about all this. Looks like you lacked the final nail to put into my coffin. But what about the scarf? What about the note? What about them, Mr. Wright? No offense, but the only evidence that is relevant here is that which pertains to the death of the ringmaster. You should know that by now. Do something, Nick. Don't let this case slip away. The bust, where is it now? Where is the bust right now? If Phoenix Wright, you know where that bust is. I'm sure I don't have a clue where the bust is. It's not even a single clue. How am I supposed to know where the bust is? Seems this case is coming to a close. The defense's counter-arguments looked to have fallen short. We've proven motive. We've proven that he was the only one in position to be able to drop something that heavy onto the ringmaster at that time. We've proven how he got the bust. We've proven everything. But one little piece is missing, so it's like, well, I guess Max did it. There's almost no evidence left that Max did it, but, you know, Max did it. Like, once you've come this far in a case and proven this much, it's just, thank you for your support. I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Wright. I think that brings an end to the cross-examination of this witness. I don't know. Yeah, hold it. Where's Max's bust? The defense needs time to prepare to present its case. Sorry, I'm a bit nervous and I just bit my tongue. Huh? What? We need time to do what? Ow! Why are you the most surprised person here? She's your aide, isn't she? Do you really have a case to present, Mr. Wright? What? Are you asking me? The rest is up to you, Nick. Good luck. Hey, wait. You can't be serious. Acrobats always have their lives on the line, don't they? That's how Acro's lived his life up until now. Now it's time for us to walk across our own tightrope. If we don't, we're certain to lose. Very well, the defense may proceed. He doesn't have a clue, and I don't think he'll be finding one anytime soon. Walking the tightrope of logic, there's no room for a false step. Sink or swim, the only way through is forward, and saving. Ooh, as casual as she breathes, she wasn't lying. She said we need time to present our case. That's not a lie. It's the implying that we have a case to present that might be a half-truth. The murder weapon. Where's Max's bust now? Somewhere in the lodging house? No. Somewhere in the big top? No. Somewhere in this courtroom? Gotta be. He has to have it on his person. Maybe it's under his wheelchair? Like, maybe there's a platform under there or something? I don't know, but, like, they've searched the house. They searched the big top. On his person's the only conceivable option. It's obvious. The bust is inside this very courtroom. It's obviously where? Allow me to pinpoint the location of the bust once and for all. The witness stand. It's the only place. Acro, sorry to ask this, but do you mind if I take the blanket off your wheelchair? I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear you, Mr. Wright. Well, you are a big guy. You have a pretty big wheelchair because of it. Just wanted to make sure you weren't hiding anything under that blanket. Because it seems to me that it'd be really easy to say, hide a bust under there? Once again, your penchant for humor hits me where it hurts, Mr. Wright. I think it's pretty amazing that you can laugh in your position. However, your lightheartedness doesn't change the fact that the bust is under there. We all know that you can't leave the lodging house by yourself in your condition. That proved inconvenient when Miss Von Karma happened to search your room yesterday. If she had found the murder weapon in your room, it would have been all over. Which is why you had to hide it in the only place that you could hide it, under your wheelchair. Which is why, Acro, I have to ask you again, would you please remove the blanket from your lap? Well done, Mr. Wright. Master food plate. You fool! How could you... Man. Seeing her break down is better. It got me. I've been bagged by a real pro. Actually, two of them. Two of them? Miss Francisca Von Karma and Mr. Phoenix Wright. It's just one thing I'd like to know. What did you know to launch the surprise search in my room last night? There are two pieces of decisive evidence, the cloak and the bust. I burned the cloak in my room and threw the ashes away with the trash. Gina always took my trash out every morning, you know. The bust. Obviously I couldn't throw that away. When you executed your search, all I could do was try to hide the bust. The only place that I could hide it quickly was under this wheelchair. Miss Von Karma, you had things all figured out, didn't you? Completely sucked in by your calculated strategy. I'm gonna be caught in the middle of court hiding the murder weapon. There's no way I can escape that. So you've got me. Well done, Mr. Wright. Well done, Miss Von Karma. It all makes sense now. I can't believe that Von Karma thought that far ahead. It's amazing. Uh-huh. Definitely couldn't tell by looking at her. No, I sure couldn't. Can't believe it. Me, make a mistake. Why did I order a surprise search of your room? If only I hadn't done that. Seems we finally arrived at the truth. Acro? Yes, Your Honor. Did you kill the ringmaster of the Berry Big Circus, Mr. Russell Berry? Yes, Your Honor. I'm responsible for that crime. Acro? All my brother wanted was for Regina to like him. That's why he'd tease her. One day my brother sprinkled some pepper on Regina. She started sneezing so hard you couldn't help yourself from laughing. That's why Regina thought it'd be funny to get him back in the same way. That's why she covered the scarf with pepper. Though she didn't mean for anything bad to happen. I know this. She just wanted to make my brother sneeze a few times too. But I just couldn't forgive her no matter what. What am I truly guilty of? Guilty of never ever being able to understand her. Your brother became a star. Regina believes in that so purely that she would laugh innocently when saying it. Too innocently. I just couldn't stand it, no matter how hard I tried. That's when we decided to do something about Regina. How dreadful. Are you saying that you are a victim in all of this as well? No, that's not what I mean. I'm nothing but a murderer. That's who I am. First I thought I'd kill myself, then I pondered giving myself up. I couldn't just up and leave, I just couldn't, not yet. That's why I tried to pin this on Max. Max, I'm so sorry. I just couldn't up and leave yet. This has been such a strange case. It's almost a reflection of the circus itself. I'm an idiot. Can't believe it. You beat me again. Yeah, it's gonna keep happening, too. I believe this case is now beyond any point of possible discussion. Thus, I'd like to declare my verdict. Not guilty. Yay. This court is adjourned. December 30th, 4:27 p.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby number 5. Fabulous! But to be honest, I can't really be too happy about this. Necro, the Ringmaster, Regina, and Bat. I honestly can't either, so that's why I kept saving, because I was like, I'm gonna screw this up, I'm gonna screw this up, I'm gonna screw this up. The only times I really screwed up were when I was like, I'm down to these two, both could fit this, which do they logically want me to do? Excuse me. And I'll take that. Honestly, I feel like I did this one pretty well. I'm gonna butcher the next one, I guarantee it. Not a single one of them was a bad person inside, huh? That's a good question, and one I don't know the answer to. Many congrats, but only at max, 1 million of them. But thank you. Failing forwards is still progress. Yeah, we never game overed. I never had... Oh, okay, I had to load one once because I had to see the stupid joke answer. I don't consider that having to, like, reload. That was just... I wanted to see what the stupid joke answer was. What's with the vibes in this room? Just thinking about Acro. No. If you worry about people too much, then you'll be like this forever and never be happy. Wow. She's been like this for a while now. Wow. It's all about... Yeah. I mean, it is, even though you didn't intend it, it is all your fault. Oh, absolutely. You know how it goes, Sora. You understand. This is Sweetie Pie. Matt and Acro, they're never coming back. Now everyone's gonna split up. Regina, Mr. Wright, tell me something. What do you want to know, Regina? Acro said something right at the end.
I just couldn't up and leave you.
Does that mean that Acro is he gonna try and get his revenge on me? I don't think so. He's not gonna do that to you, Regina. Are you sure? Are you really sure? I can't believe that. Yep, Hacker doesn't have any desire for revenge anymore. If that's true, then I want to see some evidence. Huh? I want to know you're not just making up that stuff about Hacker not wanting revenge. What? God damn it, game. No. No idea. I'm gonna go with his brother. I think it's not what his brother would want, and I'm gonna go with that line of reasoning. Hacker didn't want to get caught for a reason. He wanted to see his brother open his eyes again. But that's right, Regina. He's still alive, you know. I never knew. But now that Acro's been caught... I know. What? I'll do it. I'll stay next to Bat as long as it takes, until he opens his eyes, and then until he can meet Acro again. So sweet of you, Regina. I'm sorry, Acro. I'm sorry, Bat. Well, hopefully this is enough to give her a little peace of mind. Hey, Max. What is it, Mo? We really put you through a lot, didn't we, buddy? Sorry about what happened. So whatever you'd like to leave us, I'll pay your fee and rip up the contract. I understand. What a fabulous thing to do for me. I might even leave tomorrow. What's going to happen to the circus now? That's the big question. The ringmaster was really an amazing person, wasn't he? Even though he's not here anymore, everyone's sticking together. The staff, the performers, no one wants to leave the circus. That's why I've made a decision. What is it? I've decided that I will take over as the new ringmaster. I'll turn the circus into the best circus the world has ever seen. The best circus the world has ever seen. Don't laugh. That's quite the goal. Yay, I can't wait. Then I guess that changes things. There's only one thing the best circus the world has ever seen needs. The world's best illusions. It means the circus needs the best magician the world has ever seen. Thanks. Let's work together and make our circus super fabulous. What do you say, big guy? I don't know what to say. All I can say is thank you. Regina, you're gonna help them out too, aren't you? I don't know. Maybe the circus would be better off without me. What are you talking about, Regina? Why do you think that I brought you to the court today? We've got to work together to make the Berry Big Circus bigger than it's ever been. Mo's right, sweetie pie. It can't be the Berry Big Circus without Regina Berry. Max. Nick. Seems like everything is going to turn out alright here. Can't wait to go see the big circus, the best circus the world has ever seen. We'll save you the most fabulous seats. It'll take us a while to get ready, but I'm not going to order special whoopee cushion seats. He is. Of course he would. Let's see. Made the case. Yesterday's surprise raid really paid off, just like you said it would, sir. You had it all figured out, didn't you? It was just a theory. A game theory. If Acro really was the killer, I thought this was the only way it could end. Especially if he was the defense attorney. I mean, Mr. Wright. Of course. Well, Detective, my plane is about to leave. As for Mr. Acro's case, you need not worry. I plan to personally stop by the Chief Prosecutor's office as soon as I get back. Understood, sir. It's your boy. I'll be waiting for you, Mr. Edgeworth. It's your boy, Mr. Edgeworth. Decisively not dead. To be fair, I kind of just figured he wasn't. I knew he got his own spin-off games. I assumed he showed up in later games, but to be fair, I guess I didn't have any decisive proofs. I was like, yeah, no, he's not dead. The game didn't. I would have been actually shocked if he actually was, but he wasn't, so it's fine. The itchiness grows. Alright, so we only went over a few minutes, all things considered, and finished the case. We didn't game over once. I had to embarrass myself utterly next week. But whatever. That's a problem for next week, Viper. And his lack of foresight and ability to solve things. Whatever. Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you all for watching. Hopefully everyone's had a good time tonight. I got the extra shoutouts of heckin' Ramen with their 71-month resubscription. And everyone in chat hanging out. Didn't we also have... Didn't Ark also continue the Ramen resubscription? Oh yeah, there it is. Sorry. That's my list is out of order. But yeah, also Ark for their 24 months of prison time. But you know, whatever. Also got ourselves a monster, a court, a disco, and yeah. Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you all for watching. This has been Viper of Viperland. Tomorrow, Labyrinth. Tuesday, Ryza. Thursday. What's Thursday? Yakuza. Friday, Monster Hunter. Don't know about Saturday yet. We'll figure something out. Yeah. Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you all for watching. I'll see you all next time.